You're going to give the talk with that mask on? This thing on? Yeah. Okay, I think it's time.
Yeah.
So this is goofy. Hello, everyone. Anybody here did you guys were at the great community keynote that we just had a couple? Yes, that's True Java. That's one of my colleagues, Hendrik Evers. Incredible person. Actually, you won't go and use this mic, I think, because I have my own mic.
Ah, okay, yeah, that's good.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, welcome to our talk. When you leave the room after the talk, don't forget to, press the screen button on the screen at the voting machine.
Yeah, I guess you have seen these machines outside in the past days. Well, we at Canoe, we built these machines. Actually, Hendrik is one of the people that was behind the software. And there are so many pretty cool. You had a talk, or you have a talk today?
I have it today. So if you are interested in the voting machines, how they were built, and how the Java-based software is running on all these devices, you should, join my talk. It's, I don't know, maybe at 4 or so.
So there's an UI-based component that is related to JavaFX, but there's also a server-side component that may be of interest to you. And some of you are very interested in the Oracle Cloud. The whole service is running on the cloud somewhere. Okay. So my name is Andres Almiray, and I come from Mexico, but I work for this company called Canoe, which is located in Switzerland. We really love the chocolate. We really love to stay there. And they have an amazing crew. And I'm also one of the few Latin American Java champions, JavaOne Rockstar. Apparently somebody thought that it was a good idea to appoint me as a Java champion. I guess I know a few things about Java. But I'm passionate about Java technologies overall. And I also love the Groovy. Anybody here uses Groovy? Yeah, see a few hands. Yes, my crew. Thank you. Anyway, so that's all the boring stuff that I can say about myself. And what about you?
Yeah, I'm Hendrik Ebers. I come from Germany, live in Dortmund, and work at Canoe in Switzerland too. So I'm Java champion and a JavaOne Rockstar, and JSI expert group member, for example, with Andres together. I'm working in the desktop and embedded JSR.
JSR 377.
Yeah. So, that's about us. And let's start with our talk. And so Andres will give you an introduction of all the different UI patterns.
So as you saw, the title of the topic, yes, it is the remote presentation model pattern. So we're going to talk about a little bit about design patterns, but that's just half of the talk. The other half of the talk is we're going to present an implementation of this thing that we like to call the remote presentation pattern, or RPM for short. I know we have a shortage of TLAs, and there's always a confusion whether RPM is something else or not. It's actually a remote presentation model pattern. So we begin with MVC. Everybody knows MVC one way or another, right? And this is basically it. You have 3 elements, model, view, controller, and somehow they communicate with each other. The idea is that the view is the one that handles all the UI interaction. And it does it in such a way that whenever you push a button on the UI or send an event, actually, let's talk about more generic. You send an event from the UI, that triggers a change or a data change into the model. But it also may trigger an action that goes directly into the logic that is a controller. So the thing about MVC that was created more than 30 years ago, it allows you to deconstruct the application and put responsibilities into the right place. The problem about MVC is that very easy to get it wrong. These MVC components, model, view, and controller, have a tight cohesion. So if you need to exchange the view for something else, that view has to know the controller. It has to know a lot about the model, how it works, how you send data to that one. So even though it's easy to get started, once you get into the maintenance mode or you're building a really large application, MVC is not really a good idea. So for that, we also got another version of the MVC pattern, a next iteration, which is Model-View-Presenter. In the Model-View-Presenter, we still have three elements, the model, the view, and presenter. But I changed in this way. The view does not reach into the model directly. It will always have to do it in using the presenter in between. The presenter is the one that has the logic. So there's no way that you can set some data in the model and then have it magically appear in the UI. No, the presenter has to be advised, have to be notified that there's some data change, and that pushes the information to the view. And when the view triggers an UI event, then that goes into the presenter decides what to do, and then grab into the model, which may also be a domain object. So the next one.
So maybe one thing, so we are currently at the second one, and I think we already left the area that Java developers often do, or that is simply internally supported by Java UI toolkits like JavaFX or Swing, because there mostly you have only MVC support.
Right, exactly. So Swing is inspired, at least the way that the widgets are designed, they are inspired in proper model view controller, even though the controller itself is mixed in with the view.
With the view, yes.
For example, a JButton is both the view and the controller, but it has a button module. Yeah. We failed to mention this earlier, but if you have any questions at any time, please let us know, and we do our best to answer it. So the next one is the presentation model pattern itself. This pattern was coined by Martin Fowler from ThoughtWorks, and the idea behind the presentation model pattern is that it gives you a box where you put all the data that is going to be visualized. But not only that, you also put additional information that the UI requires in order to present the data. So say that you want to visualize a person, but it's a very important person, it's a VIP. Besides the information of the person itself, you also put a hint to, because it's a VIP, I want to render the name with red color, or I want to add an asterisk or put an animation to it. So that information goes directly into the presentation model. The other great thing about this is that we decouple the UI from the data, from the other interaction. So we can test most of the system without having to launch the UI. We simply need to set up the presentation model with the right data, and with that we can trigger the behavior very easily. Now I have to say that using the presentation model pattern, it feels quite natural after you give it a couple of minutes. And the thing that we want to do is somehow bring this pattern alive in such a way that you can put most of the stuff, most of the behavior on the server side, and what is in the UI has to be on the client side. What would be the advantage of doing something like this? Well, if you build most of your application in the server side, then you only have one place to roll all the changes or updates that can interact with other clients. So the next iteration for this pattern is to turn it into a remote version. Well, no, actually, before we get into that, yes, sorry, I was jumping the gun here. We got the Model-View-ViewModel pattern. The name's a little bit wonky. It was created by Microsoft, and well, I don't think it has to do that. That has to do with because Microsoft created. Microsoft is actually quite cool these days now because they're open sourcing a lot of things. Quite surprising, right? Anyway. In the Model-View-ViewModel pattern, what you have is that the component in the center, the view model, contains both the data and the logic. This is something that personally I don't like. I like to have those two responsibilities separated, but it allows the view to talk to the behavior and the data, but in a lazy way, in a lazy manner. The only way that the view model is going to be consumed by the UI is because you have data binding. So whenever the logic or some other event down the stream changes the data, that will trigger a binding event that will refresh the data into the UI. And this pattern is also very test-friendly, because the only thing that we need to do is mock out the view model if we want to test just the UI, or simply forget about the UI and interact with the view model directly. And in this case, the model component is not the model itself, it's not the view model, it's a domain object. It can be anything you want. So with this, now that we have covered the basics of the patterns, what we want to do is combine the presentation model pattern alongside with the Model-View-ViewModel, and put the client and server consents in between. So when we get into the presentation model view pattern, PMBC, this is what we get. This is presentation model along with Model-View-ViewModel. Yeah, we believe this is a much saner way to do things. That the difference between Model-View-ViewModel and this version is that this only contains data. This only contains the information that can be data bound to the UI. And the logic still remains in a separate component. Because now in this way we can fake the data and test the logic, or we can test out that all the bindings are going correctly and we can fake this one. In the previous pattern, there's no way that we can fake the whole thing. We will have to use some other, if you are familiar with Mockito, there are objects called spies that are real objects, and you can mock some of the content, but trying to mock the same thing that you're trying to test, I think is not a really great thing to do. Now that we know all these things together, now we can put them into one single coherent place, which will be the topic of today, the remote presentation model pattern. The basic idea is that we have a client-server split, and we want to locate the presentation model in one side, and somehow the data that we put in one side is going to be translated to the other side. We can have the data flowing in one side if you want, or we can also have the data flowing in both sides. So when you have a pattern, a presentation model in this way, say you have data binding in the UI. The data that you're writing information into a text field, the moment that you press enter, that value is going to be added to the client-side version of the presentation model, right? But given a suitable implementation, that data is going to be moved directly into the server. You don't have to do anything. The plumbing should take care of this one. And once it's realized on the server side, you can either listen to this, because again, everything is observable, or from the UI, you can again trigger an action that goes into a lightweight controller that triggers an action again onto the server side, and that's how you think. So the next slide actually shows the whole interaction here. So this is the presentation model pattern, the full version of the remote presentation model pattern mixed in with the presentation, the PMBC pattern, right? So the interesting thing here is that these two sides will talk to each other, or should talk to each other automatically. You don't have to worry how the information flows from one side to the other. Given a particular implementation, the channel may be HTTP or HTTP2 or any other kind of thing. It may even use a binary protocol. You may encode data using JSON, XML, or some other binary protocol. And once the data has been moved to the client side, given data binding, then the view will simply render the information. The moment that yes, there's a question over there.
Yeah. Where do you want to do your do you want to prevent errors from flying across to the server, or you just want to send data to the server and let the server do?
So the question is, where do we recommend to use handle errors? Should we do them on the client side, or should we send that information to the server? Now that is a very good question, and that is application specific. So what will happen, say for example, you are interacting with a form here, and you have syntactic validation of a value, and you want to also do semantic validation. So syntactic validation should happen in the UI and stay on the client side. You may register listeners or handlers in this side in order to figure out if the data is correct. So you want a text field that can have at least 5 characters and at most 20. And none of them must be numbers. So that kind of syntactic validation should happen on the client side. But now that the next step is that if you have an email text field, Then what you validate is that it's actually conformed to an email, but now you have to figure out if it's a valid email, right? That information flows to the server. That's where you do the proper semantics, and if it's okay, then perhaps nothing happens, but if there's something wrong, then the information flows back. Now, how we will flow back? You add suitable properties to the presentation model, so when it comes back, just by the nature of the data binding, this will pop up a dialog perhaps, or mark the text field with red. Remember, the presentation model contains all the properties that you want to use for visualization, not just the data, but also the hints for the widget. So you can even switch the widget type from for a regular text field to a label in case that you want this thing to be read-only, or you give the hints for validation or something else. Does that answer your question? Perfect. So that's exactly what we want to do. We want to make sure that when you're thinking about a certain particular behavior, that it's easy to find out the best place to do the things. Of course, if you want to do syntactic validation all the way to the server, that's fine. And there is one reason why would you like to do that. Because you want that information to be handled on the place where everything resides. There's another question over there. You have to repeat the question.
Oh yeah, so the question was if we would use this for mobile, right? Yeah. So I would say we already doing this for mobile, as for applications where we know that they don't have like a long offline time or something like that. Because when going offline, this doesn't work anymore, right?
Well, it depends.
It depends.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
So the reason why Hendrik is saying it doesn't work is because we have already a current implementation. This is the next step that we're going to show you. This implementation has to be connected all the time. But the advantage of having the presentation model split in between is that if the application detects that the network goes down, then you can still have some kind of interaction data kept in the client side. And when you detect that you can reconnect, then you can make the data flow to the other side. But now the catch is you have been buffering data on the client that is completely desynchronized from maybe other clients that are talking to the same kind of application. So now it's the job of the developer to figure out how that buffer data has to be added back into the whole scheme, right? But the whole advantage is that this thing will allow you to do this split very easily. So supporting offline and online is easier. I wouldn't say, no, it's actually simpler. It's not that easy because it is application specific, but it's also very, very useful for mobiles, not just regular desktop or web applications. So the whole round trip there, eventually, once you have filled information, the data binding pushes it here, it automatically pushes the information to the server, and then you push a button saying, okay, I just already finished all the information from my form, and when you click the button to say submit, the interesting thing is that all the data that you fill in the form is already existing on the server. So the only thing that you need to do is do the submit and see, is this data correctly, is semantically correct? Yes, okay. Store on the domain object, do whatever you need to do here, persistence, you can trigger GMA queues, you can do anything you want on the server side, and then you might get a response saying everything is fine.
And I think...
And then you put information on the presentation model and then goes back. Now, everything that we're saying, thank you for that question about the synchronization, is that what we propose is that the whole interaction that happens here is asynchronous. You simply say, here's a value, it goes on the other side, and when it comes back, and whenever it comes back, you don't have to wait for that response. You simply set up all the bindings, all the listeners, so when an information is ready, it will simply flow back, and the UI will realize all those values.
And I think there's another very positive effect, because by doing it that way, now you have for example, the save method that should save all the data. You really have it on the server side, which means you can use everything that you know from the server side, like automatic transaction, injection, stuff like this, because you don't do this controller implementation anymore on the client.
Right, exactly. So pseudo-rules implementations of the controller on the server side can be a standard Java EE, whether it's 7, 8, or whatever comes out next.
Or Spring.
Or it can be a
whatever.
Spring, or it can be something else. So anybody here has used or built JSF applications. This may start to sound a little bit familiar, right?
Yeah.
So this will be similar to managed beans. But what we're doing here is that we're making sure that the channel is controlled by the implementation, whatever framework it is, and you don't have to worry about sending data. And as a matter of fact, the management of these objects is much, much simpler than what you can find in JSF. As I said, we have at Canoe an implementation of such pattern, and the project is known as Dolphin platform, and it's open source since last year, right?
Yeah. I think last year at JavaOne we pushed it to GitHub. So it's since actually, it's not a complete year because last year JavaOne was later, but
Right.
more or less a year that it's open source. And it's an implementation of the, let's say, model view controller or remote presentation model pattern. And it does exactly what Andres currently showed you, that it splits this MVC into two parts, in the client part and in the server part. So you can use MVC or say it's a presentation model, it's a model. You just have these three parts and the model is split. So it more or less looks like what Andres already has shown you. You have a view which is on the client side, then you have a controller that is on the server side, and you have a model that is synchronized, automatically synchronized between the view and the controller, so between the server and the client. And so currently here you see model, but as best practice this is a presentation model that will be shared between the client and the server, but the API don't forbid to create something else. That's why I always have model in my slides and say that best practice is definitely using presentation model here. So how's the workflow? I just have like 4 or 6 slides and then we'll start doing some live hacking, but I want to make some things clear before it. So the workflow of the whole thing is that the controller is defined on the server, the view is defined on the client, and the model is synchronized between both of them. Let's talk about the 3 parts. So the model is defined in Java. It's completely observable, which means you can bind it to your UI or to your UI controls. I said it's completely written in Java, that's true, but you can use it in JavaScript clients too, as we will see. And there...
Yes, because that's one thing that this pattern allows you to do. Because it separates the presentation model between 2 sides. You can have the server side written in Java using all the tools that we love, and you can have the UI written in JavaScript without any problem. The interesting thing is that the client side can be as thin as possible because the bulk of the application resides on the server. This allows you to change the UI, to change from Angular to React to something else, to Polymer, without breaking most of the application because that is untouchable. And you can also exchange JavaScript for JavaFX, or you can exchange it for an Android application, a native one, because the only thing that you actually need to connect a new client is how to realize the data that is flowing through the presentation model.
Yeah. So who's doing JavaFX in the room? Okay,
A few hands.
for these people, the model, as I said, it's full observable and we have correction supports. It looks like what you have in JavaFX with properties and observable list and so. But when you see it later when I code, it's not the same, right? We have like COM, Canoe, Dolphin platform property, and it's not the JavaFX property that we are using. So we recreated it that you can use it on the server and on the client. And I'm quite happy that the person who did all the stuff for JavaFX, who was the tech lead at JavaFX, is now part of Canoe, and he did most of the work of this model area to really have it fit to JavaFX and make it usable on the server. So when talking, the next one is the controller. As already said, the controller is defined on the server. And the big benefit is that the controller will be managed. So what does it mean? Maybe some of you know, for example, CDI or managed beans in JSF. It means that the life cycle of the controller will be managed by the platform, like Spring or Java EE, for example, and internally you can use all the features that you have on the server side, like, for example, CDI or using JPA directory and stuff like that.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this particular implementation is that it does not play against Java EE or Spring. No,
yeah.
Actually, it creates synergy by allowing you to pick which server-side technology you want to use. It doesn't force you to go into a single path.
Yeah. So, and the last part is the view. And yeah, that's the smallest part because we now have all the controller logic and stuff like that on the server. The view is really, just some lines of code that you need to write. You need to define the UI, right? And then you only need to bind your presentation model to your UI. That's all you need to do on the view, as we will see later. So, and the big benefit of it is that since the controller is on the server, it's not UI toolkit specific, right? And so it's quite easy to have, for example, an application where you have all your controllers on the server and you define your data model and have, for example, desktop or mobile or tablet or web front ends that are using the same server and having all the benefits that this one brings with the synchronization of the model, with the binding of the model, and on the server side with all the stuff that Java EE or Spring provides to you. So I will start with I think there's one last slide, or this is the last slide, then I will start with the example. Here we can see what is allowed by the API, or what we can do when creating an application by using the Dolphin platform. So from the view, the only chance to do some stuff is invoking a method on the controller. So for example, in the controller on the server side, you defined a save method, and you can simply add an action trigger for the save method on your button in the UI. And then when you click this button, the save method will automatically invoked on the server side in the controller. And next to this, you have the presentation model, which is full observable, and both the controller and the view can change the model, read it, write to it, listen to it, or even bind it. Even on the server, it's possible to bind the model. So now I want to start. Oh, maybe before I start, I will go to the GitHub repository. So it's at GitHub at Canoe Dolphin Platform.
There's a question about it.
Yeah, there's a question. Excuse me.
In this example from the slide which you're showing earlier, there's a lot of syncing which is happening between the presentation models on both sides. What kind of error handling is in those sync models, like if the syncing fails?
If the syncing fails, so
Remember to repeat
yeah.
the question.
Okay.
For example, let's take a use case you talk about save.
Yeah.
I press save, but my sync did not work.
Okay.
So I don't have that data available at the server.
So the question was in the synchronization of the models, if there's an error, what will happen in that case? So for example, you type something in a text field, this will be synchronized automatically, which is the right case, and then you click the save button, but maybe there was some timeout, stuff like that or so, and the model was not synchronized, right? That was the question. So in that case, we have different error handlers on the client side, because this can only be known on the client side. And you can, as an application developer, provide callbacks for exception types. We have like HTTP errors and session. So on the client side, you can, for example, register a listener that, or register a callback that will be called when on the server the session died for some case, or if the server is dead, or if you have some error in the HTTP response. And what you want to do in this case, it's up to you, because you say, okay, not all informations are on the server, I don't care, or, okay, this is mission critical. In that case, I pop up a dialog and say, okay, excuse me, try again.
Yeah, so the implementation is smart enough to distinguish between what we call plumbing errors, so the network goes down, or there was a class gas or something weird that should not be, it's completely unexpected, versus those are application-specific errors. For that, in the case of JavaScript, we can leverage the concept of promises, as Henry was saying, callbacks. And in the case of JavaFX, I think we are still having plans how to solve the promises. I think we may rely right now on completable futures, which is a much bigger implementation of what a promise can be.
Yeah, it's currently we're discussing what we want to do there. So currently, for all the stuff we're using completable futures. And yeah, a callback might be much easier, and we're discussing if we do our own implementation or use an open source framework for this. It's about, do you want to add dependencies or not, stuff like that. But currently everything is asynchronous, so we always have completable futures callbacks. Yeah. So yeah, having a look at the GitHub repository, you can see we have a lot of things going on, more than 800 commits. We have 18 releases, 7 contributors. It's under the Apache license. We have links to the JavaScript and to the Polymer frontend, because they are, for example, not in the same GitHub repository as all the Java stuff. What else? Oh, we have a documentation. Currently, this is one of the, yeah, most of my working time currently I'm doing this documentation stuff, and it's getting longer and longer, as you can see. Yeah, it's quite good.
Anybody here write documentation? Right? You like it? Perhaps? Okay. So what we use here, we use AsciiDoc. And AsciiDoc is pretty much like programming documentation. If you ever have a chance, then give it a try to AsciiDoc and AsciiDoctor, the project. You will not be disappointed. That's a small advertisement for AsciiDoc.
Okay. So, but getting started. And to get started, it's quite easy, because what we did is we created a Maven archetype for the Dolphin platform, and in addition, a Lazybones template. Anybody knows Lazybones?
Lazybones is another project that can be used to bootstrap projects. Maven archetypes only work to bootstrap Maven projects, but if you happen to be using Gradle or any other build tool, then Lazybones can be seen as archetypes for any kind of project. Okay,
so but everybody knows Maven, right? Perfect. So what I'm just doing is I copy this line and put it here into my shell.
To make the font a little bit bigger.
Oh, yeah?
I think so. No, I think it's fine.
Oh, it's fine, okay. And yeah, this will start Maven, and now I have some kind of wizard, so I can choose if I want to use the Cumulus EE, which is based on Java EE, or the Spring Boot archetype, so I choose 2, which is a Spring Boot archetype. Now I can choose which version of the Dolphin platform I want to use. Let's say I want to use 2, and now I can define my group ID, which is canoe, Dolphin, sample, thank you.
This is difficult to see.
And the artifact ID is Dolphin sample. Yeah, it's version 1 snapshot. Yeah, this is fine. Great. So now this creates a complete multi-project Maven project for me that I can simply open with my IDE. So let's go to open, go to my desktop. Where is it? Here. And there we have the Dolphin sample. And I will open it in IntelliJ. But you can open it in NetBeans or Eclipse, or wherever you have Maven support. And what you can see now is that we have 3 modules here. So we already have a server module, a client module, and a common module. And this is everything that we need to start creating an application based on the Dolphin platform. So since I've chosen Spring as my server part, I have a small class which is called server application. This just bootstrap Spring. And who did Spring Boot already? Some people. Okay.
Some of your hands.
So, excuse me?
No, I just said
Okay.
two hands.
So the only difference to a Spring Boot application is this annotation. And this annotation creates a Spring Boot application that, in addition, has Dolphin platform support, or that internally uses the Dolphin platform. In addition, on the server side, I just have one controller. So when you create this project, as we will see, there's a small view with a small model and a small controller directly there. So now let's start the server application.
As Henrik has said, there's only one additional annotation you have to use. You can continue to use the same things that you know from the Spring, so Java config or XML config. And if it were to be a Java EE application, then you just configure it as a regular CDI application. There will be another annotation specific to CDI, but everything else is exactly what you already know from CDI.
So here's a Tomcat running. Okay. I need to shut down this Tomcat to start the other one.
Okay.
Okay, so the server started, and this is really a Spring server that I started. So let's have a look at our view before we go to the common part and the model. So again, in the view, there's a lot of documentation. But to be true, the part that you need to do on the view side is not much. So what we are doing here is we create a Dolphin configuration, which is a JavaFX Dolphin configuration, and we just define the server endpoint.
This is just a regular class that contains properties that can be used to tweak the configuration of it. So this is just a regular JavaFX application. There's no Spring on the client side, but you may want to have a Spring if you want to.
And you can do different things in the configuration. There's everything in the documentation what you can do there, like, for example, adding cookies if you need cookies for login or security, and stuff like that. Or that's a place where you can define error handlers and stuff like that. And then there's this method, client context factory connect. This one creates the connection to the server for me. And once this is done, I have a client context which is directly connected to the server. And so whenever I create a new view on the client, this is like this my view binder class that is based on an fxml, which is the layout language of JavaFX. So it has a text field in it and a button and stuff like this. So this defines the layout. And here in my binder, the only thing that I need to do is saying that I want to bind the text property of my text field to the value property of my model in a bidirectional way.
Exactly. So this is a presentation model object that we're talking about. And this is the whole thing that's binder is a view component of the PMBC.
Yeah. And in addition, I say that, so for the button that is in the view, when you click the button, I want to invoke the reset method on the server.
The advantage of this is that you see the UI is quite thin. We only need to make sure that we connect the presentation model to the UI widgets and make sure that we can trigger actions on the server side. So a controller on the client side is also very, very small. The only thing I need to do is say, hey, remote server, here is what you need to do, and that's it.
So, okay, and what we knew now is we have a model and there's some kind of value property in it, and we want to invoke a reset method or action. So let's have a look at the server controller. In the server controller, what you can see are a lot of annotations. So if you are familiar with Spring or Java EE, I think this is quite familiar to you. Each controller in Dolphin needs the annotation Dolphin controller, which names the controller. You need to give a controller a name because otherwise the view can't say which controller they want to have because the view don't have the server classes in it. Then here we have our model that will be injected. We have a specific annotation for it. It's Dolphin model, and this will be injected by dependency injection. We have an init method that is annotated with post construct. And here is, for example, one thing where we use the defaults of Spring or the benefits and features of Spring, because since our controllers will be managed beans, annotations like post construct, pre-destroy, auto-wired, or inject are supported. You don't need to do anything to have them. So this init method will be automatically called whenever a new controller instance will be created. And a controller instance will be created whenever I create a new view. And here we have the reset method that will be called from the client. We have an annotation which is called Dolphin action. And each method that is annotated with this annotation is accessible from the client by its name, which is by default the method name, but you can
change it to something else, and that will be the string that you have to use on the client side. Now, what Henrik is showing here is that we are making use of bindings or listeners on the server side as well. What this thing is saying is that whenever the value property of that model changes, it's going to print out on the clients on the server side. But what you could do is trigger a batch process or do whatever you need on the server side. You can even change a value on the server again, and that will pass the value back to the client side.
I will show this in the next example. So we have already the server running, so let's start the client. And as I said,
the server is running on the other one.
Yeah, but I want to see the server log. So as I said, the application is quite small. But what we have done is we bound the value property that is defined in our model. Oh, we haven't looked at the model at all, right? So let's have a look at our model, which is just one class because currently it's quite small. And in our model, we just defined one property of type string. So in our model, we have one property of type string. What we could do, which is no problem, define, for example, another one of type Boolean. It's really like defining a normal Java POJO. The difference is that we use these property classes to define the values, because based on this, it's observable. And it's not only basic types like string or model. You can do, for example, this too. So you can create hierarchies in your model. Next to the property, we have lists, so like private observable list. And here you can see there's one from JavaFX, but we want to use the one out of Dolphin.
You can use generics as well.
Oh yeah, I want to use generic, sure. So this is an observable list of type double, for example, right? And this is really observable in that case. And we will show.
Again, that can also be a class that is another Dolphin bean. So you can have observable list of other beans as well.
Yeah. So, but what we have seen is that we bound the value of our model to the text feed. So when I start typing here, we see some changes. Or let me just clear the server stuff and start typing 1, 2, 3. Oh, and we see a lot of logging in the server. And what we are seeing here is that we have some messages like value changed from 1 to 2. And this is what happens in our controller on the server side, because in the init method, so when the controller was created, we added a change listener to our value property that simply prints exactly this out. Value changed from old value to new value. Right?
So when these things get instantiated, when they get initialized, the controller always has a pointer to a base model or a root model, if you will. And it's the job of the view, the client side, to initiate the mechanism. So the view knows the controller, which knows the model. Once this thing is created, there is a reference to the remote model added to the client model. So now these two things are in sync. And now whenever you change one side, you get information on the other side.
Yeah. And the other thing that we have is the reset button, where we say, okay, invoke the reset method. That on the server sets the value, so the content of the value property to null. So if I press the reset button, whoop, the value is gone, because the server set it to null based on the automatic synchronization. It will be directly shown on the client. So this was a quite small example. Let's do the next step.
Don't forget to kill the server.
Oh yeah, I need to kill the server, right? Thank you. So where? Oh. So, because we have an example of the Dolphin platform directly in the Dolphin platform repository. I currently need to check. Yeah, I'm in a wrong. Give me a minute. I just want to go back to the master.
He loves this thing, so he was working on it very late last night. After the concert, for sure.
Yeah, that's right. So, okay, here we go. So we have an example in the sources of the Dolphin platform, which is a to-do example, so it's like a to-do list. So let me start the server. I will use the Spring version again because it's quite easy. Otherwise, I need to deploy it in a container or so. Come on, I want to start you.
Still indexing.
Okay, it's still indexing. Okay, so that might take some time. Then I will show you a third example. Because, so what we've seen until now is that we did most of the things on the server, and on the client, we mostly only layouted stuff and bounded this stuff to our model. And what we are currently trying to do is creating, based on this, an implementation for a new pattern, which is called the Projector pattern.
So you get 2 patterns for the price of 1 attendance.
Yeah. So, and with this pattern, or this pattern will bring you some very cool stuff in the front end, because by using this pattern, you don't need to implement the front end anymore. Because based on the presentation pattern, you will have presenters that will create a front end dynamically based on your model. So I will show you a demo.
Yeah, it
so
does
this
work.
server is running. I will start this extensions demo.
How does this work? Because as we said, the presentation model gives the data, but also the hints on how the data can be visualized. So what if we extend this further and say everything on how you can create the UI is defined in a presentation model or a hierarchy of presentation models. So this is the basis of the Projector pattern.
So what we see here is a form, right? It's just a form. I can do some input. Oh, this is blocked. Okay, let's do it like this. Oh, now, okay, when I enter something, it appears here. And when I do something here, okay, that's the tooltip maybe of this one. Oh yeah, it's changing, and I can enable and disable this and click save. Oh, and I click save, and the new section comes up, and so it's like a dynamic form. And how is this created? When having a look at the view of this thing, everything that is needed to create this form is this line of code, and to be true, it couldn't be easier, because this line of code not only creates a form, but applies some CSS styling too. And everything else is done in the server. So we have projectors that are creating the UI for you, but you have this one or buy them, or yeah, something like this, and then you can use this projector to create the UI. And when we have a look at the server, form controller. On the server, we really create our UI by using factories or builders. So we said we have a form section bean, and there we have a string field with name title, and we have a mail field with value user@company.com, and the description, please enter your mail address.
So basically,
and that's what you here see.
Basically, what we have on the server is the data and widget hints, or something like this, right? And on the UI side, you have a component that knows how to interpret these things and realize the UI. So you might be thinking, okay, this is great, and we have shown JavaFX. Can we do the same with JavaScript? Yes, because the only thing now you need on the JavaScript side is, again, that small component that knows how to understand presentation models and the UI hints. So you can build the whole definition of the UI on the server side in one place and target multi-channel clients, whether regardless if it's Swift or JavaScript or Java or something else that comes in the future, your server application will be mostly ready to get into the next UI craze because most of the application is on the server.
Yeah, and what we've seen, for example, now is that when I change this checkbox, so this will be disabled or enabled. So let's have a look, see how this is done. Here we define this node checkbox. Here in this line we define this Boolean field, which is allow nodes, which will be rendered as a checkbox based on our projector. And on the server we simply add a value change listener to this checkbox, which says, okay, whenever this is clicked, disable the node field. And this is really done in the server. And on the client, the node field will be disabled. Another one is, for example, the save and the delete button, where we simply say, okay, create an action, save. And whenever this button will be triggered, the save action here on the server will be called, and this adds a new form section that was created on the server in the model to the model, which will be synchronized with the client, and then directly you will see the new form section in the client. So let's have a look if, and there are a lot of things that are very easy to do with this pattern. One example, or with the remote presentation model pattern, one example is, if you want to change the language. So if you have all your texts that you're showing in the UI, like tooltips or labels, in the presentation model, and you change the language, it's quite easy because you only need to change the things on the server. And since you can bind to your model, you can simply bind all the texts that you have in your models to one central point, like a singleton bean that you can create with Spring or Java EE. And whenever this one is triggered, maybe by clicking a button in the UI that will end in an action on the server, you simply switch the language and automatically all properties will become an event that they need to change.
And this will work with all kind of UI clients.
Yeah.
We're almost running out of time. So
we're running out of time. Okay,
no,
so
one last. There's some other feature that I would like to show, which is, so similar to this idea that now that we have binding, perhaps you have a slide for this, the event bus, the communication between clients.
Yeah, I have a slide. Just a second.
If the client can send data to the server in an asynchronous way, thanks to the presentation model, and then it comes back anytime whenever it's ready, the server can decide to push data back to the client at any time. But this is just the interaction of one client with its server-side component. What happens if you have two or more clients talking in the same logical application and you want one client to send data to the other one? Wouldn't it be great if somehow the presentation model of one client on its server-side component can talk to the other presentation model, again also on the server side, so that it can push data to that other client? But that actually is very easy to do with this software.
Oh, I need to re-import Gradle for the example.
Well, you don't have the example running?
I want to start it, and now I have this one.
Okay, then. The demo gods were not
no.
Yeah. No?
So what we can do is we can simply create an example.
You guys said the to-do example. The to-do example has this.
Yeah, the to-do example
that's
has
the one.
this.
Okay.
But that's fine. We will do it here now. So what we can do in our form controller that use a projector pattern to create a form. What we can do here is like, okay, we inject, since we are in a managed class, we can inject whatever we want, so whatever is provided for us, and there's a class called the Dolphin event bus. And let's inject this. This is the event bus for Dolphin that can be used to share events between different controllers, or maybe from a REST endpoint, as you have seen on this slide, to the Dolphin context. And what I want to do here now is I want to use the Dolphin event bus to synchronize data between two clients. So let's say we have our nodes field. So, and whenever the value changes of the nodes field, I want, instead of setting the description of something, I simply want to say Dolphin event bus publish. And what I want to publish now is the new value. To do so, I need to create a topic, because the event bus of Dolphin platform is topic based. So I do a private static topic, and here I can define the type of the message that I want to send, because it's a text field, it's a string, and just call it as sync, which is topic.create. So, and what I want to do now, whenever the nodes are changing, I want to publish to the sync the new value. Okay? And in addition, I want to register myself to the event bus for the topic, and whenever I receive a message for this topic, what I want to do is, let's take action B1. It don't make sense, but it's the easiest one now, and set title to, oh, this is a message.
It has to be a lambda.
Yeah, sure. Set title to m.getData. So, and let's restart the server.
I think we can leave it like that. So the idea is that now you can build applications. So, for example, someone that is monitoring, perhaps a flight monitoring application would be interested to have in Java. But if when you have something where several people have to look at the same data and they can interact with it, and you want that the information that is in one screen, the changes done in one screen, are moved immediately to the other screen. Well, this kind of information, this kind of plumbing and mechanism will make sure that the data flows immediately to the other side. It makes it very easy to connect different clients that are related into the same logical application.
So the demo is running. I have now two clients, or it's not one application. We really have, as you can see here, currently 3 VMs running, the server and 2 client VMs. And if I change, let's do it like this. If I change the nodes on any of the 2 clients, automatically the title of both buttons will be updated, right? So we really have dynamic data transition between several clients on several systems like this. So if the client is JavaScript, this will work too. That said that the demo node is running because that had a JavaScript and a JavaFX front end that shares a to-do list. Yeah.
I think it's time we can switch those lights.
Yeah.
So we're about almost out of time, but what we want to do, yes, one question. Good.
So how does it work in a cluster environment?
How does it work in a cluster environment?
Because how do you share the presentation models from server?
So in a cluster environment, you need to use sticky session. Yeah, because you have data that is stored on the server, and you need to, so the event bus that is using this, so the event bus that is doing all this stuff, it's based on interfaces, and we have currently one implementation in the current version that just runs locally, and we're currently working together with Hazelcast on a second implementation that runs distributed. And by doing that, you can like have 10 or 20 instances or create them by a load balancer automatically, and the events will be distributed to all the instances. That's the plan for end of the year or maybe beginning of next year.
Right. So the important thing overall closing is that we started by looking at what existed out there. So MVC, everybody understand, and just the natural progression along all the different patterns, and suddenly put the client-server split in between the presentation model, and then we ended up with something like this. And you also saw a little bit of the projector pattern for which there was a presentation yesterday. I don't think.
Yes, it was yesterday.
I don't think it was recorded, but there is also information about that as well. We still have a couple of minutes, so if you have any questions, we'll be happy to have them. We also got limited edition
Java stickers.
Star Wars theme stickers. There's Han Solo for you. And please don't forget to vote whenever you come out here. If you love the voting machines, thank you. If you don't like it, let us know, and we can make them better next time.
Yeah, perfect. So, any questions?
Yes. Over there.
You mentioned you can do this with JavaScript
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So the
I
question
can show it.
is that if there is a JavaScript client.
I can simply show the code of this to-do example. So I don't know why Creator currently is not running. I'm not a Creator expert, but I can show a code. So this to-do example is like having on the top a text field, and you can add a new task, and then you have a list of all the tasks, and you can remove them. And this is synchronized between all clients. And the JavaScript implementation for this example, we used Polymer, which is an, you know Polymer? Okay, so we've created a web component. This is the to-do view. And here in the to-do view, like in JavaScript, we simply bound our presentation model to the Polymer UI components. And in addition, we have here, for example, the two methods that were called when, for example, you click a checkbox in the list that will remove the item, or if you click the add button that will add the item that you have typed in. There we simply invoke the methods on the server. So it's mostly the same. This is a JavaScript code for the example, and to be true, this is layout. And this is what you need to do to have this application running. And it's more or less the same than on JavaFX when having a look at the JavaFX client. Here we do exactly the same. So we have a text field, a button, and the list. And then here we bind all the things. So we bind the new item text to the text field. We bind the items list that is part of our presentation model to the list view in the front end, and we define the button to be invoke the add method when you click it.
Yeah. Now, in this particular example, this code is code that we wrote. This does not use the projector pattern yet.
No.
The implementation of the projector pattern that targets JavaScript? No, because we will need to target Polymer or React or the other Angular or the other popular JavaScript frameworks, for which there are many. We want to target one of these first. It might be Polymer, the most common. Why? Or Angular, because they provide components that are very familiar to what we already know in JavaFX. That means moving the code much easier. And once we figure out, we definitely invite everybody to give us ideas, feedback, so that we can make this thing better. Sadly, I think we're definitely out of time, so thank you very much. Thank you for your time. I hope you have liked it. Don't forget to vote.
Oh, and grab some stickers, if you like. That's good. Without video.
It happens.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Don't blame me, I've been freezing to death for 3 days. Thank you.
Hi. Excuse me? Ah, okay. Then you need to do that. Yes. So we have, for example, one customer where we use this heavily. It's trader for power.
So basically what we want to do is exactly that. We enable technology, but if you want to use Knockout or Angular or something, whatever comes up next, you should be able to apply that using
companies and they're coming in from external systems by mostly by Gen S. And the class messages
Exactly.
trigger the Dolphin event class. And by doing so, and just say, okay, I have an update for, I don't know, this company, this value. And all the client that currently have this thing open will be directly updated based on the event class.
So if I create like a shopping list
Yeah,
for me and my family,
yeah,
and then we have maybe 4 or 5 clients.
yeah,
And then okay, I go to the shops and then my daughter, I want to fill in one
yeah,
more.
yeah.
And then we have.
Yeah,
Then
that's
we
really
can- But how should we configure the event class? Is that now control that?
Oh, it's topic-based event class, which means that you create your own topic.
Great, thank you.
You have a topic which is add to shopping list, for example. Then you define the type. Maybe you have your own type, like with a name and account, or you just have a string. Right? Yeah, so you have the topic of type string, which is, for example, add to shopping list. Maybe you have a topic of type string, which is like remove from shopping list. And then whenever one client adds or removes something, you simply publish the information to the effort, and then all the other clients will receive it.
So then if I create this system and code, then I will add one more client to
Yeah.
the event class. How should I do that?
Oh, that's definitely right.
Yes, you just
Yeah,
register the
yeah.
client in event class and now it's ready to participate.
That's fine.
That's
The interesting thing will be if you once the client gets connected, if you want to know what clients can happen. So that's application specific. That's something that is technology does not give you the right answer or quick answer. Right?
that's great.
At least it enables you, it gives you all the machinery, all the functions, so that when the client gets connected at the end, what's going to say register, it's done.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. But you have you have no GitHub also.
So
Yes.
yes,
Event class also.
yeah. So this to-do list that we have directly in the Dolphin platform Projector release. And this is one thing that we will do in future. So since the end of this year, to really have tutorials done and external samples that you can use for or have a look at for accepting this. So that's the plan for us till the end of the year to have this thing. So that's why I currently most of the time working on the documentation. Because your code and hack, and these are all the parts that you don't like that much and that are missing, and we said no, okay, we want to have this really done till the end of the year.
Just go to GitHub, look at the code.
Yeah.
In case you want to get in touch with us.
Yeah, I will. I have downloaded the platform, the first version at least.
Okay.
Tried it. Now the event class is
Yeah, this is not happening. Okay, okay, sure.
Hi, I'm here to help you with your presentation.
Awesome.
What's
Thank you
going
very
on?
much. It's good.
Okay, so you're all up there and everything?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Just wanted to check. So,
Yeah. I'm using the VGA. They don't give me an HDMI connection.
oh yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And you have your own wireless mouse. So
Yeah,
that's good.
yeah.
And did you need laser pointer or anything like that?
It's got one on here.
Okay,
It's
great.
green.
All right, excellent. So you're good. Just
Yep.
wanted to make sure. If you need anything, I'm over there in the back of the room.
Fantastic. And I assume you're going to control the. I like to have wireless.
Yeah, the audio guy just stepped
Okay.
out for a moment. There's a separate person that does that, but he'll be right back. So everything's been working great, so no worries.
Yep. Good. All right.
Alright.
Thank you very much. Sorry to chase you. Oh, I like that.
That was all you brought some food. I hope you brought some for me. Just kidding. So how's the food at JavaOne? Yeah, it sounds. I just did a open world session yesterday, and that was not quite as enthusiastic as you guys were. I think you guys got better food. Who went to see Sting last night? All right. So which was better, Sting or Gwen? Sting? The police stuff? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was, looking for Billy Joel, so that's my that's my age showing, though. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah. Yeah, you were there, right? Yeah. Oh, I'm not going to go to the ground. Oh, the food is horrible. Yeah. Yeah, the sound was actually really good for that place. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was actually surprised at how good the sound was in AT&T Park. Probably the best I've heard in the baseball stadium. Yeah, the food there was kind of, yeah. Oh, I was like, don't bring back anything that's fried. I'm like, well, I think that's all we have. Yeah, the garlic fries could be almost considered vegetarian. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Were there more people at Open World than you did 2 years ago? You did this 2 years ago, right? Vikram didn't do it 2 years ago. No. No one did it 2 years ago. Last year. Okay, all right. How many people? Oh. Okay. Yeah. All right, good afternoon. Welcome to Enforcing Application Security in Databases with Real Application Security. I'm Alan Williams. I'm from the database security team, so I haven't presented in JavaOne. Actually, I was in JavaOne, I can date myself, what, maybe 20 years ago when they gave out those Java rings. I still have that Java ring at home. You could order coffee using that Java ring, if I remember. So, but we want to talk about how we can help make your data that you handle in your application more secure using some features in the database. So there's just a little bit, we talk about features. Most of the things that we have on this presentation is available today. So, but the safe harbor statement applies for those few updates that are coming in 12.2. All right, so we can talk about some common ways that applications secure data today, and talk about what exactly I'm talking about with row and column level access. Then we'll talk about what Oracle has offered in the areas of what we call data-driven security over the past 20 years or so. And then specifically focus on RAS, Real Application Security. This was delivered in database 12c. It's the latest offering in this area of data-driven security. Then we'll take a look at the GUI admin tool that we have to manage these policies in the database, and then talk about some of the things that's coming up in 12.2. All right, a very simplified application architecture. User logs in, gets authenticated by the application. The application gets the user context from the identity management service, and then on behalf of the user runs SQL statements into the database, either inserting, updating, or querying information from the database. That connection from the application server to the database, the common user app or connection pool, that has to be able to accommodate every possible SQL that application runs. It turns out it needs a lot of privileges and roles, so it's very highly privileged. If an attack occurs and then somehow a hacker gets access to that account, user ID, password, they could use that and do everything that application could to the data underneath it. All right, so what am I talking about application security? Application security in many contexts, people talk about SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and that's not what this is in reference to. Application security from this context is data access security. How do you get users, limit users to the information that they are authorized to see in terms of rows and columns? Some people call that cell level access. In this particular example, you see an employee directory. This is public data. All employees can see public data. You know, it's the same thing as you all have in your company to be able to call, find out where the phone numbers are, who's in different groups. But you also are able to look at your own personal information. You should be able to see your own sensitive information, social security numbers and such, and be able to do updates, like maybe your phone number. And in addition, managers should be able to see things about their employees, like salary information, but not see other information like social security numbers, because they don't need to have that information. So those are the type of things, the example when I'm talking about data access security, this is what I'm talking about, to provide users information they need to see, but nothing more, so that they don't have access to everything that they're not authorized to see. So here's an example solution for what some applications do for data access control. There's different ways to do this. Some can be done entirely in the application. Other ones, some larger applications, like some examples of some of the Oracle applications that do authorization within the application. They build a separate schema, a set of tables that create privileges, roles, and access for each record, for each column, and associate application roles and privileges to the rows and columns. Very complex set of information. It's a complex schema. That has to be, it's another schema. It's almost another application that's got to be managed. Maybe even an application that's actually written on it to help you maintain it. The application needs to be able to get the user context and be able to securely use that to create the SQL, get the authorization information, build the SQL, tune the SQL to get the right information it needs from the database. in order for the for end-to-end audit to be successful, the database actually needs to know the user information. If it doesn't, it's just going to be able to say, hey, this is just the app logging in, doing this, the app logging in. It's not going to be able to tell you which user did a particular action. And in some applications, they recognize a problem with having a single, a very large, overprivileged user account, connection pool. So they may split that up, 3, 4 connection pools to reduce the amount of privileges and roles on any particular one. But this just spreads the problem out a little bit more, but they're still very highly privileged. Those are things that applications, example of some things they do to try to help minimize the security issues from that connection, and with some of the things that they have to do to provide this authorization information. I talked about some of the challenges. I said there's some challenge associated with data access and the way it's commonly done. It's when authorization checks are done with an application, then that application has that authorization. It's embedded in the application logic. It gets a highly privileged user account. That's the app's account. Nothing with no information about the user. Other applications, maybe a field application, one of the most common ones, actually business intelligence, reporting, that goes directly to the database. How do you manage to have the same authorization checks on those? They end up with their own authorization checks, and they may be built in different ways. This might be like a Python. This may be a third-party tool that has their own authorization mechanism. It's never going to match exactly. So you've got some fragmented security and issues with how do you maintain changes across all of them at the same time. And this doesn't protect against our favorite tool, SQL Plus, accessing the database. It connects directly to the database and log in as user to be able to see if there's no authorization checks in the database, can see anything that for that application. Audit, looking at here, if you try and track down some action that happened, all you see is apps did a particular action, not a particular user. A lot more work to try to correlate that with an application log. And complex development maintenance, if you have to make changes. It's never just the initial application development, initial authorization model development. It's the maintenance thereafter, especially if the person that built it left. All right, so what does Oracle Data Security, a database, provide for data-driven security? So this is a model showing the manual, or what we call the manual model, was outside the database, but how applications access it. They do their own authorization and then pull the information out from the database. About 18 years ago, we created something called Virtual Private Database, VPD. How many of you work with VPD? Okay, all right. And so VPDs called row-level security, RLS. It's also can also be used to do column-level access, but it's all programming using the predicate. So based on the user that comes in, they put a predicate on it, and it gets you the rows and columns that you're supposed to see. But you got to program that predicate. And initially, if you're just doing row level, it's not that hard to do. But over time, as you say, okay, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, that predicate gets long. I've heard one customer said, I got a 4-page predicate. If I try maintaining or making changes, it breaks. It's very brittle. But it's something we had for 18 years. A lot of customers do use it, and it's very useful for them. Oracle Label Security is built on VPD. This is built for the US government initially, but it's actually very applicable to customers as well that need this particular use case to have levels, let's say confidential, proprietary, public information for levels, and the different compartments and groups. If that matches, what it does is matches the user information, user label with the data label to see if the user is able to access that. So if so, then they have access to the data. This is one of those, it's common criteria certified and used in many high security implementations. The next is real application security. This is what we shipped with Oracle Database 12c. It's actually part of the Enterprise Edition. It's no separate option is required to purchase for this. And this has one of the big differences, two differences I'll point out here, and then we'll get more into the real application security. I'm sorry, I'm probably blocking every time I walk this way. I'm sorry. We've got the declarative policy. So I talk about VPD, that was programmatic, and very similar to maybe what's being done in the application as it creates the SQL query. But this with RAS, you can declare, hey, this column is sensitive. I declare that. You don't have to program that in. So it makes the not only the creation of these row and column level security much easier to do, but also the maintenance and understanding what the security model is, so the security policy is in the database. And the other one, I don't know if you noticed that this changed from a wide, highly privileged user connection, that connection pool. Now it's a lightweight user, because the database understands what an application user is, so the connection just needs to be a little more than a connect, but doesn't need all the select any tables and all that usually come with the connection. And so even if that connection was stolen, there's not much they can, an attacker can do with that particular connection, increasing your security from that perspective. So those are the things that we have. And what real application security, you saw this picture before, what the problems it solves, it replaces the app user with the context, the user context of who who's actually executing the SQL statement. It centralizes the data access security. So it's a common model applied to any application. Obviously, that means if you're coming in through SQL Plus or other direct jobs, it applies to that as well. And audit, you can see end-to-end audit information. Very important. And because it's declarative, it's a much easier, much simplified administration and maintenance. So let's go into real application security. I'll be talking about some of the ways the Java developers can access it, and then go into the data model as well. So some features for real application security. It understands, the database understands database users. It's always had a little hard time trying to understand those application users in Oracle. But with real application security, it understands application users. It doesn't have to, these users don't need a schema in the Oracle database. So that's a huge win there. And it understands the context of that application user in the database. Understands the privileges and roles associated with that user. And not just database roles and database privileges. This is like view salary, request leave. Those are application privileges. And understands the application roles like manager. And this allows it to support the fine-grained access, the row and column level access in the data, because it understands the operational context, the user context that's executing the SQL query, and enforces that security as close to the data as possible. So how does that work in a process-wise? Let's say on given an application page, user logs in, the authentication is done by the application. The application understands who the user is and has the context information for the user. That user information is put into a RAS session that's created. That RAS session contains the user, the roles, and any other attributes that's required for that application. Then when the application is ready to execute SQL for the user, it doesn't attach. It attaches that RAS session to the connection pool. So the connection pool is still there. You're not tearing up and removing the connection pool for every query. It's still there, so you don't have to worry about the heavy operations involved with that. So all you're doing is connecting the RAS session, executing the query, getting the information back if you're getting information back, and detaching the RAS session from the connection pool to allow another connection there. And then displaying the information or displaying a page in some cases. So let's talk about this model. We're going to use this to kind of walk through the different parts of of RAS. This aspect, application user security context, that's managed by the application today. It needs to understand the application. Per application needs to understand the users, and needs to understand the roles. It gets that from the identity management system. It authenticates the user and it puts that into the RAS session. Oops, sorry. Data security, that's managed in the database based on the user context. So it does returns of fine-grained access on the rows and the columns. Then in the interface between the two, between the application and the database, you've got to have this session service interface. And that's where we talk about creating the RAS session and then the creating and detaching the application. And then you say the check ACL at the end. It's optional, but it allows your GUI to say to ask the database, hey, does this user have ability to edit this or approve this, and can do a check, an ACL check, without having to do the computation itself. It just does a check and modify the GUI or workflow appropriately. So let's go into that interface layer a little bit. So we have a Java API extension to the JDBC. Also PL SQL for those not using Java. And so we talked about the 3 primary tasks: the creating a session, the attaching, detaching the session to the connection pool, and then checking ACL. Now, if you're using the WebLogic, and Oracle has an application development environment within the database called Apex. If you're using those, we actually simplified it a little bit because we actually automatically create the RAS session for the users, for the developers. All right, and so what does it look like from an API perspective? Now we have some API reference guides online. A lot of this information is available on the Oracle Technology Network. Session Manager actually is the one that actually creates the RAS sessions. So that's actually initially created using one of the a connection called a privileged connection. In the application session, the RAS session is then created by the dispatcher, by the session manager created earlier, with the user information. It has a user and the attributes associated with the user. And then once it's ready to execute that SQL statement, the application will then attach the session to the connection. You could put that into your connection code. It's usually not in the main code, but that's just something that's just part and parcel of how you execute SQL statements, the connection. This is access controller. The check ACL allows you, do I have an update privilege for this? That way you can see, make changes to your GUI to allow the user to update perhaps a phone number. And then once you're done with in 2 different ways, once the connection is complete, the SQL query is complete, you detach the session from the connection pool. And then when the user logs out, in this case, you would also destroy the session, the RAS user session for that user. That was and there's 2 ways you could work with users in RAS. One, you can create your own set of application users, declare them in the database, and the application roles within there. But more frequently, we find that customers with application users and application roles already have that in the LDAP directory. So you can just declare externally and say, okay, design time, go ahead and pull that information so it matches when you're developing these RAS policies using the exact role names, so you're not going to have any mismatch when that information comes through at runtime. Oh, so when you do using external roles, there's just one little change. You got to add dynamic role information when you're doing the attach session. When you're doing the SQL query, you can actually do some ACL checks with the SQL that you're doing to perhaps get a subset of the information that you need. For example, if you're looking at POs, purchase orders, well, you can see all the POs, but maybe the user just wants to see my POs. In that case, you can say, well, just get the POs that this user has privileges for approval privileges for. So you want to check privileges does that have an approval privilege, and just pull those records out. So you can use that to query within that as well. Now, if you're using this with Oracle Fusion middleware, we do have some shortcuts that it simplifies the development. The authentication is done through the Oracle Platform Security Service, and that we provide a RAS filter, a servlet filter, that automatically connects with that and creates the RAS session. You still need to connect that using the RAS session service to the connection pool and then detach. And obviously, if you want to do your own ACL checks, that's a separate item as well. But it's integrated a little bit closer with those environments. All right, so we talked about, so this is an application, so what applications do today anyway. We talked about the interface. We'll talk about the data security layer now, what it looks like from the database perspective. So real application security, one of the first concepts is data realms. And that's just groups of records, groups of rows that work together for provide some functionality. So in this case that we talked about with the HR, one realm is the all records. Right, that gives you the ability to see all records, the public records for employees looking at a directory. Another realm would be my own record. And that is obviously going to be different for every user. Every user that logs in, my records, they're going to be on their own record. And then employees under my report. That's the manager view. It gives them certain privileges within that. And then by declaring privileges on a particular column, you're automatically saying, because you need privileges for this column is sensitive. And that blocks it from being able to be viewed and managed unless they have special privileges. And then we have separate ones for salary and social security numbers in this case. Now, so we talked about realms, which it's just groups of records. And we have application roles, privileges. How do they get associated? We use ACLs, access control list, to associate the information of the privileges to the exact set of records that are represented by the realms. So in this application context, that allows is the Louis Pop in this application to update their phone number and see the salary information. It allows the manager, Nancy, to see the salary information for her direct reports. Nancy, because the database understands who user Nancy is, she can log into the database using SQL+ if she wanted to. And maybe she was trying to look up other information. Turns out she can only see the same information that she got to see in the application. So it shows that it applies to any method of access to the database. So RAS is developed over 10 years. This is something we worked with the application teams at Oracle for. We asked them, if we did this centralized data security model for data access, what do you need in there? And they said, well, we need this, we need this. After over 10 years of development, that's why RAS actually has a lot of these enterprise application features that you're looking for. You don't have to code that in. That's already provided in here. Master detail, it understands that. It can protect that as a single logical entity. To be able to do additional attributes you want to send in with the user. So it's not just a user and some roles. It could also set some additional attributes for a particular application. You can send that in and be able to work within that context. Parameterized grants, so that you don't have to keep writing multiple data realms. You can just use a parameter to reuse the same ACL data realm combination. And these are some security features that applications always need, right? First thing, as soon as you finish an application, guess what? It's like, well, how do we do, sorry. Like, Did I already move? Yeah. Oh, it's when I talk about exceptions, right? First thing they ask is, how do we deal with exceptions? Contract workers. How do you give them temporary access? And how do you do this and that? these things are already accounted for in this. The Oracle application says, okay, yeah, this is the normal way, but then we have to be able to provide all these things, so that was built into the RAS model. Other things that it's required for enterprise applications, delegation. Right? Otherwise, you got to write special code for that. The effective date, this is one of my favorite ones. You can say this user has this role from this date to this date, and then it expires. You don't have to remove that role separately on your own. Negative grants, so say, okay, instead of just granting, you can say this is not available on this particular condition. And being able to create batch programs that have elevated privileges so it can run on behalf, so you can at least get the summary information. And obviously, the audit is a great boon to be able to track down what happened. And functional security, that's what we talked about, where you do the ACL check, so you can update your user interface based on what privileges the user has. All right, so that's the what RAS can do. So take a look at the RAS GUI. This is built in Apex, a development environment I talked to you about in the database. This is the there's policies, privileges, users, roles. There's different tabs up top. This is the policy. It's got actually the most information, a lot of information in this one page. So policies are created on tables. So you declare the table there. It's got the policy associated with it. And you have a number of data realms associated with that. We talked about data realms. And here's the all record realm, the my record. And this is the programming that's done. Instead of 4-page predicate, you just have this, okay, employee ID equals employee ID. My reports, everyone who's who's got manager ID, matching my employee ID. And then all records. And in addition to that, with the realm, you can see the ACL that's associated with that matches it to the roles and privileges. And here's how you declare sensitive columns. No programming. You just say this column needs to have a privilege called view salary. This one needs view social security number. By just declaring it, those columns are sensitive, and unless you have those privileges, you'll not be able to see those columns. Here's the ACL information. I'm going to just talk about one of them. The My Employee ACL has a number of things. This allows you as an employee to be able to update phone number, view, you get the privilege view social security number. But remember, that view social security number is only associated with the My Record. So you can't see social security number for all employees. It's just My Record. And same with view salary, based on realms. And you can combine these, obviously, these realms to get the full picture of what you can see. Yeah.
Is it possible to handle scenarios like, probably I cannot see the salary for each person, but I need to see the aggregate?
Yeah, that's where the elevated you can run code that's running at an elevated privilege to gather that for you, so you can see a summary information. Did I say that right, Tanvir? All right. Tanvir actually built it, so I'm just. Okay. So, oh, Tay Chow. Okay. So let's talk about what I mentioned. This has been released in 12c with the release 1, and the RAS admin tool, that's separate. That's a download from the Oracle Technology Network (OTN), and then we have updates coming in 12.2 when 12.2 is released. And that's going to have, remember we saw the select privilege for column authorizations. We're also going to have insert, update, and delete privileges to round that out. Some performance enhancements. And using that label security, that other product that I mentioned earlier, you can use that data and user labels for enforcement within RAS. And we can also delegate. So if you're in a consolidated database and you have different things like HR and finance, right now with 12.1 you have one RAS administrator. And so, well, that probably needs to have an HR security administrator and a finance security administrator. And with 12.2 you'll be able to do that. You'll be able to break it down and have different administrators that manage within their own context. So in summary, This is central enforcement in the database. We can audit end user activity. It's actually, because of that, it's much easier verification when you're trying to tell an auditor that the user can only see this data in this way. If you add another application, you say, oh, we've already done it. It's in the data tier. You don't have to you spend as much time in the application tier to verify that. You're standardizing, externalizing the security aspect. It makes the development job a little bit easier, and it standardizes it. Any application that's developed, it just depends on how much experience that developer has with creating this type of model. Some may do it really well, some may not do it as well or differently. And so this helps standardize and externalize it so everyone can use it in the same way. The application patterns are built in, so you can all leverage that without having to do that for large-scale enterprise applications. And this is built into the database, built in the kernel. It's not predicate level. It's down in the core of the database, so it's highly performant. We have some enhancements with Fusion Middleware and Apex, and then we have some the APIs and RAS administration tools. So I hope this is something that's useful for you. We've got a little bit of time. We've got at least 25 minutes for Q&A if you want. And if the questions peter out, we can go ahead and do one-on-one sessions at the front. So let's open up for questions. I see one back in the back. Sorry. Calling stored procedures. So the insert and update is for the column level sensitivity. So when you say calling stored procedures, it's saying that it's sensitive and you don't want people to be able to access that? And you want to control access to the stored procedures.
Maybe I can so this is actually doing object level access control. Traditionally, database have access control of the object in the whole table, right? So this is doing fine grained. So you can actually which column and which row. And an object can be also in a view. So you're accessing those objects. This is the access control is enforced. So if you have a procedure which is accessing this, so you can define your procedures and define a write and invoke a write, or database has two ways. If it's invoke a write will be the one end user identity will be propagated and it will be enforced. If you're doing as a definer write, the definer identity will be propagated and it will be enforced on the definer identity. So it's at the end, it's an object level access control we're talking about, but fine grained access control. Gives you answer? Yes. Okay, good. Chow is the mandatory we come over here and give some answer.
All right, we got another question here.
From web application or any other application, if we are connecting to the database and we are asking the user to connect, so can we get the information in the back to the web application that these rows were secured and these columns were secured, these columns are updatable, these columns are not updatable?
That's what the ACL checks help you do. Say, was this blocked because it's secure or is there no data? You want to know that, so then you can actually do some, instead of leaving something blank, you could put something in there. But yeah, those are the ACL checks that allows you to query the databases to find out, and you can find out, is this updatable by the...
So Java API will give that information back in Java API?
You can, by querying those check ACL statements.
I don't have to go back to the slide on the check ACL. There is a slide on there, so pretty. So you're asking if you're doing find grained selectors or update and delete, right? So those you are expressing as part of some. We have selectors that update and delete, giving to some role. Those roles have been granted to the user. Now when you're coming from mid-tier has authenticated the user and brings the role either from the database or from external store, right? You're fine. Your security context is created. You come to the database. You access the table. You are the end user. You accessing the table as your own context. And whichever rows and says you can see them. That's fine. That's perfectly fine, right? On top of you want to define some application privilege called approved PO. An approved PO is only for some set of rows, right? Then this is defined as select answer after limit. This is an application level privileges which you want to check. I have approved PO for this set of rows. So you can associate that privileges for that set of row, and you can do a SQL operator, we call ORA check echo, and as part of query to bring the result of each of the row from your result set, or you can call that as part of Java API from the apple to see if you have access or not. At the end of the day, what is happening each of the row of the table is associating some multiple apples. So it's coming from one data realm, one equal to one, with all the rows of the table. And another data realm is my own employees. That's another apple, right? So the set which the overlapping, that the employees which are in all record and my directs, they have two apples, one for all and the other one. So you get these apples as getting associated virtually on this column. You don't see them, but they are there. So you can, of course, you can call ORA check apple as part of query. There's a slide, and you can always go read our white paper. You can do that way, or you can have Java API. So some is your preference.
So the short answer is yes, you can. There's a rich way of doing it through the Java API and through SQL to query what the privileges are. Yes?
Does that mean we have to define for each user of application these rules?
The application.
So how application is developed today, if you look in our enterprise application or get into our fish middleware, applications are defined as defining the security policies. And policies are defined based on the roles. So when you're creating this policy, you don't know which user is coming, right? So all policies are based on roles. You develop your policy, you deploy the policy with your application. It has to go side by side. During the time of application development, the security policy development. You deploy them. After you deploy them, you provision users to these roles. Make sense? So
for each user,
you have to, there will be employee role for specific application, employee, manager, HR role. Those are the roles representing certain actors in the system. That's how most of our enterprise applications are written. On top of it, actually can, after the deploy, the specific user, you can grant certain things in the application.
user, but you are talking about the database user.
No, these are all applications.
So that's a big change here, is that the database understands the application user and understands application roles. But yes, the users have to be associated with roles. It's like somebody new comes in, it's the HR manager, so okay, that gets the HR manager role and gets these, and the HR manager role gets these application privileges with that. But it's an application user, and it doesn't have a schema. It just, because it has RAS enabled, it's running RAS, it understands applications and does a login, but there's no typical database user that's underneath it. It's schemaless.
For that login, there's a application user account in the database. But we also support the user managed in the LDAP service. So you can also, that user can also log in with it.
Yeah, so it's, right.
There's some configuration that you can do, but essentially it supports both type of users.
All right. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay.
What about a list of users in the table? These are all my application users.
Oh, if you already have that, consider mapping that to a database application user or some in the move it to LDAP.
We have a full, it's a rich set of it. This is built with APIs, so you can script against it. A lot easier than trying to type into the, a GUI. Yeah.
Quick way probably is to map that to the application user, then in the database.
So you can.
So what exactly we are doing, we are taking all this work out of your hand and doing it well. Right? We are giving you out of the box all the solutions. You no longer have to maintain this application users roles or privilege granting application. In the database, you can define privileges. You can define application role. We are expecting you to use this one, but you are asking how I'm going to migrate. Right? You're going to migrate. After you migrate, hopefully you don't have to keep those. Or you move your stuff to a centralized identity management store, which is an enterprise-wide, it's an Active Directory, whatever. We
Yes?
On the auditing, is the, you know, you said that once the actual PML is called, it's going to go back through, like, for instance, a WebLogic deployment, back through the app ID. On the auditing, are we really getting the actual user account?
Yes.
Okay.
Understands the user.
Interesting part actually meets us somewhat. So what is happening, when you're using the connection pool, we no longer need any filter on this connection pool. We can call it privilege-based connection. When you attach this user with this connection, you only use the privileges associated with that user. That means if this user has privilege for this specific employee table, some row and some column, that is its whole security context. It cannot see beyond that. Even you do some sort of SQL injection, try to see other things, it will not happen because that is what these privileges are in the database. We're doing fine-grained privileges on specific tables. We're no longer using the highly privileged connection pool to access it.
Mm.
So say we missed someone and we need to know who updated XYZ. Audit is catching it because now we know everything in the database. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Because I have to add to that, real application security also support auditing policies. You can audit the application sessions and policy changes. But if you don't turn on the wrap policy, the audit for the application session is still on. Then you just turn on the regular SQL auditing for the SQL object. And then if this wrap session user is doing that, then the identity is automatically recorded in the audit trail. So you can see that who is doing that and when it's doing that and what is that.
Usually when you talk about it, a lot of people in the customer will talk on the database side, and a lot of people in the customer use VPD or some other solution to define the access control. Because they get into okay, I'm writing things in my application layer, doing query rewrite, right? Add some predicate to figure out how to define this access control. Now when you come to the database, how it protects. So Oracle database traditionally provided VPD or some other solution, so they have done that. So in this thing, you are bringing both world together, right? So solving all the problems. You don't have to do it by yourself, both in the application layer and in the database, but you will centralize access control model for your application.
In terms of cost of the query, how it will be set?
In terms of the what?
Cost of performance.
The performance?
With this extra security check, how
Perfect.
Yeah.
So these are the question comes out. Now you're thinking about you have as opposed to 2 or 3 database user, we are looking thousands of end users, right? So am I compiling each of the SQL as part of thousands of end users? This does not happen. Actually, when I and you come to the table, both of us have the same access on the table. This is actually single compilation. So we track that because everything in the database we know that you and I have the same view on the specific table. We're going to do compilation. So the number of compilation will happen, the number of operation you perform. It is not the number of users.
number of privileges or roles you can define, that many number of
Number of operations, but you can say a number of roles also. Number of roles are usually much lower than number of users, right? Roles will be hundreds of level, users thousands of level.
Also, your SQL queries are much simpler. You don't have to write these huge predicates that could potentially have performance impacts and have to tune it yourself. That's something they optimize within the database for that. So there's a number of different ways that they've optimized this, and it runs inside the database. It's not predicates that are thrown at the top of the SQL stack.
So if you do it by yourself, when you rewrite, every time your policy changes, you have to go and recompile it. It's your responsibility. You do not know which predicate needs to come in, go out. When you use our traditional solution, Oracle VPD, that because customer hide all their policy in the field SQL, so we do not know what's going on. Here we have access to the user granted the role granted the privilege association with the rows and columns in the table. Anywhere things get changes, we directly invalidate those compilation and recompile. That's how database works internally. Anyway, so you are not getting wrong data. We maintain the consistency of the data what you're getting. You're enforcing security policies, and it's not getting enforced. Enforcement we do much more optimization because you go in the database.
I think about this is optimized at compile time, right? When cursor starts. So the authorization decision is figured out most of the time is there, and then similar.
So we are bringing some database lingo. We use the term cursor in the database when it's compiled SQL. So actually the compilation time of the SQL we use access control and append whatever needs to be appended to predicate. This does not happen at the runtime of the query. So because we can do that.
So how does this play with like
So he has given some Java APIs. This is our bare-bone APIs, and it shows up the integration with the WebLogic. That's the only integration we've done. Other places we have not done this integration. So you have your responsibility to use this bare-bone API to make use of that session. So the sessions APIs are create the session, attach the session with the connection. So that is still application developer responsibility. We have not done some of this integration.
Do that and find some way you hibernate API or whatever your session manager, your entity manager, you're going to somehow have to jump in there and make this.
Yes, so what currently today people are doing, people are still passing that into context to the database. So if you are developing something like that, usually they have to pass that in context. You still have to audit them and whatnot. So they are still doing that with some other, say, client identifier or whatnot. So they're still having a place where they do some part. So yes, you have to do that. And usually creation of the session we keep as part of our filter code or what. So you can centralize it. The OPSS layer, when you go to our middleware, we're talking about WebLogic. So they already have an abstraction layer of security. They have built up. So we hooked it up. So your application if already has an abstraction layer for access control, you can hook it up. If you don't have it, it could be this abstraction layer. So, and of course, you can happen it is a good example which you have not done the work, but yes, we're looking for people. Maybe you can talk to Alan. So, but we are going one thing at a time, you know. Okay. All right. That's why you came to JavaOne.
Right. At later point, sometime we probably will put out some guidelines for integration with non-web logic application service, like hook point. Instead of you trying to serve the hook point, hook up the session, we're trying to give some guidelines. But there's no plan to have the integration yet.
Okay. Maybe. Yeah. So this was doing with Toppling and WebLogic. The demo here shows some slides on.
We integrate with application express already.
Yeah, but that's more like not Java.
No, not JavaOne. JavaOne is WebLogic. But the approach is about the same. The integration approach is about the same. We have a kind of a little sophisticated integration, but the guideline we can publish and let people know how to do that. But overall, it's very similar in
Because most of the things that are happening in the database, in the Java side, so it's actually our JDBC database. So many of these communication will make sure the piggybacking and whatnot, so it's not going all the time round. Some of the calls will make sure it's optimized. And only things in the middle tier code has to remember that I have a authenticated user, I have built the security context role and whatnot attributes, and I have to create a corresponding session object for us. We have given Java API. And just before I use my connection tool for that specific user, I attach it. So you can keep that in a thread local where you have to keep it and just attach it. Okay.
Yep.
So is that last session that you create, is that created in the application here? Your expected memory to connect that?
That's just an object representing the identity and the roles as string or whatever you want to keep it. Nothing beyond that. But when you're creating, it's actually getting corresponding context is also given in the database. When you're attaching it, that means it's the database that you're attaching.
Database side or the application side?
Application side is just the calling Java PLC Java JDBC APIs, right? So JDBC extension APIs. So in the mid-tier side, we just have cached context. It's not really the one. All the enforcement is happening in the database. It's that particular, right? So everything is happening in the database. SQL is executing in the database. Only thing you are having in the mid-tier is some cache context for optimization, some echo result and whatnot. We just sync it up by ourselves because we have control over the connection.
The real object is in the database.
Everything is in the database, right?
Right, but you're creating a session, what I'm hearing is you're creating a session attaching it to the connection.
Right.
Passing that to it, so that it helps identify what role or whatever it is that you define as database. And then there's destroy that I saw on the side here.
Right.
You validate and destroy it. Connections return back to like WebLogic connection tool, but this object or this session, I mean, what's that?
Okay. I know what you're saying. So session is again, you are creating some object which represent user identity and some roles, right? So when you're creating them, we say create, correspondingly in the database it goes there and it has an identity, session ID has been provided, right? So this session you're going to use again and again for every query. User logs into a web page, do a lot of work, right? You don't don't want to create session for him every time. You want to cache it. You can do it every time. We have given API. It's up to you. I want to stateless, whatnot. I want to create every time and destroy it every time. That's the model you are thinking it. Fine. But sometimes they wanted to create. So this is what our WebLogic guys does. They actually have a concept of a WebLogic session and OPSS session. We just tie it up with that one, lifecycle. So it just tied up this HTTP session you can think of. It's just lifecycle of that. At the end, if you don't destroy, automatically garbage can. So that session somehow represents HTTP lifecycle.
That's an important thing. I mean, for the web application, if I'm dealing like e-commerce suite, right, I have thousands. You're talking about apps, HRMs, and things like this, where your user base may not be as deep. What I'm talking about, I have to be concerned with that memory usage. Right? So that's what I want to say. When you correct this, yeah, there's some memory usage, creates a little session, attaches, and sends it. When it comes back, it's done and destroyed. It's not apps, right? Just free.
With Enterprise Edition. So. People do ask for Standard Edition, but it is free with Enterprise Edition. So you'll hear from us, less from the sales folks, but it's that's why we talk about it a lot.
One small piece, the WebLogic integration piece is shipped as part of Fusion Anywhere with WebLogic RTF release. So that one you have to get Fusion Anywhere in order to get that.
So anybody over here is from WebLogic, using WebLogic?
Okay. Yeah. So
Okay.
you have it already. It's in 12.201.
Sure. Go ahead. You have a question.
Quick question. In my system, I'm already, last week we finished implementing the security pack. We want to implement the audit. So can I enable the audit without the security pack?
What does it mean? Let's just step back. So you implement a security means you already have a representation of the end user. You know, this requires you to represent the end user.
I have a similar model that we had. Actually, it's a little bit more complex because we define the security at the screen level. We have some functional areas. So
Yeah.
functional area, client level.
Yeah,
So we have like 3 layers.
I got it, but let me see what I mean by auditing. Here is auditing when this end user is coming into accessing the data. So it's saying Tanvir is accessing employee table for select for this role. That is getting audited. If you don't have the remaining part of the policy, you can only say Tanvir just came in, but what does it do? You have to give all these grants. So you can of course use it, but you have to use the whole table level.
Since I already have all the security part, I was wondering if I can just have the audit from here. Because I still have to do the.
You have to use the session concept though. So are you in mid-tier Java? This? We may try, but I could not say when. It basically says all the users, you have to do some mapping of previous grants or whatever on the table. Otherwise, it's not able to do anything. As soon as they deploy this one, if you are not able to access anything, just going to your traditional way of cancer book. Those are gone. As soon as they deploy this policy, we do not keep this open. This is coming only through RAS policy.
Yeah, but I could do like something like full access to everybody since I already.
Yeah, maybe we can talk after this talk. It's a very adept. We can talk and see if we can take that.
That's kind of.
Any high-level questions? Because it has covered a lot of stuff.
So
Yes.
sorry, this is available only in 12.2?
12.1 it starts. 12.2 it has some enhancements.
So what is in 12C?
12C R1, 12C release 1 in the database already has RAS. And then we have the RAS ADM that's been released. 12.2 has the database has some enhancements.
So we have been talking about this in Oracle Open World for the last couple of years, but most of the people over there is DBA, not Java developers. You know, so many times, or not in our DBA session. Because we are database security, we are core database. We are also being in the Java area where JavaOne, so we are expecting more update on that. We've been talking about it for us. So it's not released, it has been there for some time.
It's also available in the database cloud service that is based on Route 1 database. So it's there, available today.
Any other questions?
All right. Well, thank you all very much for coming.
Online, if you do search, you can actually find it. Real application.
Do we have sound in here? Yeah, we have sound.
Is it working? Yes, right? It's working.
The room is really full.
Full of air and chairs.
Yes, intelligence. You see it?
Sure. Flowing over here. You see Steve coming right. We're not going to bite anyone. Don't get distracted for one. Okay. I still have a third session today.
Okay.
Right after this.
Okay. So we have much more people here.
Yeah.
So it's just a chatting between us five.
It's going to be a nice session. Interesting artworks. And that's how I mentioned. The session is starting. Thanks for reminding me. I really forgot that.
I'm glad it was reminded on this screen, not on that.
Oh, yeah.
This is like crazy fast. We have like the Jedi Knight, the mad scientist,
The artist.
the artist.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
You guys all ready for this fun?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. Very nice.
So Steve, I've got your slides.
You got my slides.
I
Good.
can go on.
Good. Okay. You're in charge of slides.
You can talk. You wanna sit here?
No. Well, I'll do this one. All right. So, is this mic on? Maybe. There you go. Thank you. All right. So, instructions for our many co-presenters. So, from the cameraman, rule number 1: do not walk in front of the screen. Bad. I did that on my session yesterday. Sorry. Rule number 2: talk into the microphone because we're recording. So even though they could probably hear us, we want the recording to come out good. And we don't have a rule number 3. I'll think of something later. All right, so welcome to the session. We're going to talk a little bit about the Hearing Nest art experience, which was in the Java Hub. All of these folks were unfortunately involved in the project in some way, so I somehow dragged them into what turned out to be a much larger technology demo and art install than you would expect. How many of you folks saw the Hearing Nest in the Hub? Okay. So for everyone else, we have slides. Slide. Oh. Okay, so this is the Hearing Nest area. Oh, you guys saw it? Okay, awesome. You just didn't know the funky name we called it. Does anyone actually have their cutout here, like the little badge cutout that they made?
I do.
Oh, nice. Okay. What's that supposed to? Oh, glue on. All right, I get it. Company branding. Yeah, very good. Oh, just a sec. All right, sorry, you're also not supposed to have all that junk on you when you're talking, I think. So what you could do at this experience is, you see those CNC cutters in the background? Who knows what CNC is, by the way? Okay, so I'm going to explain it for everyone else. To you guys who raised your hands, apologies. So it's computer numerical control. Thank you. Computer numerical control. But basically, it's a 3-axis cutter with a router at the end. And it's the opposite of a 3D printer. So in a 3D printer, you build up things by adding materials. In a CNC router, what you do is instead you remove materials to make shapes and designs. So these are fairly precise machines. You can actually carve out 3-dimensional models and sculptures with them. The one limitation is that you only have one direction of cutting, so the drill bit goes down. They also have 5-axis CNC routers where you can actually rotate the bit and then hit the object from multiple different angles. So those are more complicated, but you can do some special shapes which aren't possible on a standard CNC router. These are just a 3-axis CNC router, but the nice thing about them is they're in an enclosed case, and they're fairly quiet. So you could actually have one of these on your desk at work or at home and be, cutting out little functional parts or other stuff just
next to your computer. And they're designed to be hooked up to a computer as well. So most of the software for these runs on a standard desktop computer. Advance the slide. Let's show something different. These are the hearing helmets that Miria has created. I think maybe it would help if you could describe your artwork a little bit, Miria, just for the audience, the type of artwork you do. So Miria comes from Germany.
Yes.
And she's an artist who specializes in things which have to do relate to hearing and also sculpture.
With my work, I work with the theme of hearing. I'm a sculptor, and I try not to use sounds. I try to transform noises, what we hear, in visual forms. And in these hearing helmets, there is no sound in it. It's only that you hear yourself louder, and you hear the other noises a little bit more, more less. And it is so that the self-perception is getting stronger. So, and yes.
So did anyone try to put one of these helmets? What did you think? What was your impression of the? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let me repeat what he said for folks on the recording, or in the room who couldn't hear. So, like, rather than hearing things outside or directional hearing, you're actually hearing yourself. So, like sounds of your own body. And actually, I asked Miria the same question when I met her in Germany. So we were on a motorcycle tour, visiting Wolf because he was here last year doing the My Matrix project. And Miria let me try one of the helmets. Actually, you were with me too, right, Sebastian?
Yep.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. And I was wondering why, you were hearing yourself instead of hearing outside, because it looks like the ears should be functional. And you can explain this better than me, probably, Miria, but I think what you told me is the shape of the ears on the helmet is to signify that it's related to hearing. And so you focus on the act of hearing, but then it's actually designed to reflect your own sounds back at you. Maybe you can?
Yes. I don't speak so good English, therefore I have a little problem.
Okay, is the video switcher up here?
I switched it already.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Thank you.
One time I went in a street where are many shops, and I in Stuttgart, and I wear the helmet, and it was very interesting that the noises you normally hear the noises very loud, and yourself you hear very less. And when I go with the helmet in the street, it was totally different. I hear myself louder and the noises less. And this is, I think, very nice.
Okay, and this is one type of artwork that Miria does. Can you bring up some other sculptures and things which Miria does for her hearing nest, maybe? Oh, wow, that's crazy.
Yes, this was my last exhibition in Marburg. It's a big artist hall. And the people they like to use these helmets and cabins and so on. It's also a little bit for communication form. Yes.
So when you talk inside of one of those things, do you hear the other people talking?
Yes, you hear the other people, but in a different way, and the feeling is something different. Also, it's not only that you hear with your ears; you hear with your whole body.
Okay, and then here are some examples of your hearing nest. Can you describe this a little bit?
Yes. The hearing nest, it's almost in wood. It is so that I sit in a room and protocol a long time. The noises I hear, it's so 8 hours a day. I can sit very long and only hear what happened. And I noticed this, and the noises who always wiederholen. Always repeat. I use and cut it out in wood. It's then like a bird or a church gong, or yes, the noises what I hear much. And then I put these together, and you can. When you look at it, you can feel.
So just to describe what you guys are looking at.
Yes, these are the protocols.
So those are actually words, which are
Yes.
written out as Miria's listening, and it's really, really tiny. But then there are different colors based on the strength, like the loudness.
No. This is because I have to be so fast. Maybe you can. Use
Oh, your ink is running out. Okay, and then also ones with different colors.
Yes, this is outside and inside color. Also the yellow is inside and the blue is outside.
So that gives you an idea of some of the other art pieces which Miria does that are also connected to the art. But the one we were most closely related to was the hearing nest, which is the first one there.
Yes.
Okay, you want to describe this a little bit?
Yes, vielleicht machst du das Schwarze.
Das da?
Yeah. Yes, this is a work with 800 noises I cut out with students, and they use a CNC machine to cut out these 800 noise makers. These are cars, and I hear 2 days in the exhibition hall where I have my exhibition. So I start always with an exhibition that I hear there a long time, and I did then for this room with these noises I hear such a big hearing nest.
From wood.
From wood, yes.
These are some examples of Miria's art. Let's switch back to Alex's machine. And you can see the hearing nest she was creating in the Java Hub. So this was composed of all of the attendees' shapes. So you could either, on the machines, there were touch screens, you could draw a shape and it would cut out what you heard. Or you could use the mobile application, which Jose designed for the same purpose. So you drew on the mobile application and then it would cut out the shape. And it's a nice example of a collaborative art project that some of you participated in during the conference. So if you're one of the folks who have one of those shapes on there, you should be proud that you were part of the creation of this piece of art.
Yes.
So give yourself a round of applause. Come on. So this is a little bit more about the technology behind the demo. We're using these Carbide 3D CNC cutters, as I mentioned earlier. The material we were cutting out is acrylic plastic. Normally, Miria uses wood for her art projects, but we specifically chose acrylic for the conference because for folks who have dust allergies or maybe asthma that gets affected by fine particles, since we're in an enclosed area, it's better to use plastic, since plastic doesn't produce fine particles. You get large flakes that come off of it instead. And we also designed basically a 2D cutout, so it would be faster. Although we did support adding in initials and words you could write on it to kind of customize the center of your cutout. So there cuts out 2 lines. The inner line gives you a shape you can keep, and then we poked a hole in it to add to your lanyard. The outer line cuts out an outline, which then we added the outline to the sculpture that Miria was creating in the Java Hub. So you had a piece to take home with you, and also a piece to add to the collaborative sculpture.
450 to 500 pieces.
So in total, we got about 500 pieces for the overall sculpture. So that was exactly our target for what we wanted to get coverage. So that's very good. We had the printers running in the Java Hub and also at the OTN Lounge at Open World, although JavaOne attendees did much better than Open World attendees. So we're clearly, we know who's geekier. There you can see the prototype machine cutting out on the printer. So this was when we were testing the printers in my garage with the software which Alex designed. The initial version was fairly rudimentary, but it was functional. It cuts it out in 7 passes on the plastic, and that way, even though the CNC router we're using is not particularly powerful, by doing a few different layers, you can cut through fairly hard materials. You can actually mill soft aluminum on the CNC router as well. So you can do wood, plastic, aluminum, a variety of other materials as well. And here is some of the source code for hooking up with the CNC router. We were using a library called the Universal G-Code Sender. All of this code is written in Java. And we're communicating using a Raspberry Pi. How many folks know what a Raspberry Pi is? Everyone. Well, almost everyone. For the folks who didn't raise your hands, you should have come to my session yesterday. But it's a small embedded computer. And the reason a Raspberry Pi is more suitable for this purpose than a full desktop computer is it's less power consumption, and it's also a dedicated computer. So if you have a computer hooked up to it, it's possibly doing other things. It might crash. It might have problems with contention. By having a dedicated device like a Raspberry Pi, which is only working with controlling the router, then you get more stability of the system. And we were also using these to just power the touchscreens as well using a JavaFX user interface. So it served as both a control panel for the display and also feeding instructions to the CNC routers. This shows the initial setup to simply get a connection. So it's creating a new Gerbil controller. There's some locale stuff you have to use, especially if you're from a foreign country. Otherwise, it uses dots instead of periods and weird things. Heinz Kibbutz noticed this when we were over in Europe. Adding some listeners to it, opening up the port. The port depends on your particular device. This one will work on a Raspberry Pi, TTY ACM0. If you're testing on a Mac or Linux computer, you'll probably have differently labeled serial ports. And then it just opens a connection. Yep. This is the user interface for the Universal G-Code Center. And feel free to jump in and expand on anything you want, Alex.
Go ahead.
So the Universal G-Code Center library also comes with a user interface. And this is particularly useful for testing your printer and doing some of the leveling stuff that Alex is going to talk about. So simple controls to move the different axes with buttons, resetting the 0 point. And below this, it shows a list of the actual G-code commands that are being sent to the computer. G-code instructions are kind of like assembly for routers or for CNC machines. It's originally, when they designed G-code, they thought this would be like a language that people would actually write in to control devices. And the full G-code specification has like variables and control functions and all of these really complex programming concepts built into what they thought would be a manual process. It turns out nowadays, A, nobody writes G-code by hand, and B, none of the devices support higher level G-code functions. So most devices treat G-code as a dumb language, and they simply execute it like assembly, one statement after another. And most of the time, people don't manually create G-code. What they'll do is they'll use a visual tool, or they'll use a modeling software, or they'll use some package which is going to emit G-code instructions, which would tell it, start here, create an arc, drill to this depth, turn the spindle at this speed. So all of those things are usually done inside of memory instead. So as I mentioned earlier, we're controlling this via a Raspberry Pi The devices we're using hooked up to the printer now are Raspberry Pi 2s. You could also use a Raspberry Pi 3 or even some of the older Raspberry Pis. It really, for this purpose, most of the small embedded computers are sufficiently powerful. Go ahead and advance, Alex. Running on the Raspberry Pi is fairly easy as well. So directly from the NetBeans IDE, and the same is true of, there's plugins for IntelliJ and Eclipse to do the same thing. You can run your code on desktop, you can test it on desktop, and then you can just switch your run settings to run against a embedded device. So this is the remote configuration dialog for setting up the device IP address, or the host name in this case, username, password, and then you tell it the location of the JRE on the device, and then you're up and running. And then just right from the desktop, you can run, it'll automatically deploy the code and run on device. You can debug and put breakpoints in, and that also works from the IDE. So it's fairly user-friendly and easy to test and get things up and running as a developer. All right, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I would like to add that for the JavaFX app that we were using, the trick was to use a sudo prefix to all the commands, like run commands, etc. So I think we've got my slides now.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Alex.
So yeah, I was.
Stand up there. I'll push slides for you because you're too tall.
I was going to look at them. So, anyways,
Raise the mic.
so yeah, I was the one who was. What's up? Am I too far?
No, you're too tall. Yeah, there you go.
So I was the one who was developing the software that was running on the Raspberry Pi to control the CNC cutter. So let's start with CNC cutter first. It has some nice features like very good mechanical resolution over there, and well, just for general information, it has the area that it can cut of 8 by 8 inches, and that's what we used as a acrylic material. And it also has a height of 3 inches, and it's quite fast. It can go up to 100 inches a minute. And it connects using USB. And yeah, as Stephen mentioned, it is being controlled by GRBL 0.9, which is open source standard for controlling such devices. Let's go to the next slide. And yeah, so okay, tricky part number one: how to find where to cut. So first of all, when the machine is turned on, it has to perform two coordinate system settings. So first one is called homing. It's where when machine goes up, right, and back to the sensors, where it can repeatedly locate the specific position of the movement. And then it goes down and touches the special control pin to measure the tool length. By doing these two measurements, we can exactly be sure where and how far we can move the machine when we are doing the cut. So in this CNC cutter world, there are two coordinate systems that are used. One is called machine system, and it starts from the homing position, which is top right back corner. That's the image is shown on the low. So, and the axis, because of the position, all the values of this coordinate system are always negative, so that it's easier to distinguish them from another coordinate system. Another coordinate system is called work coordinate system, and that the origin of that located is somewhere on material. for some systems, they would choose some point on the top of the material. For our goal, we were using the bottom of the material. So by measuring the tool length and knowing how far the sensor is from the top of the wasteboard, you can calculate exact position of the top of the wasteboard, and that is actually the bottom of the material. So let's go to the next slide. Yeah, now without going into deep detail on how we do that in G-code, here is an example of G-code commands. So basically, this is all commands that are used to cut any shape that you saw before. So we've got some initials. I mean, several commands to initiate the session, so to speak. And then there are some movements, rapid positioning, linear interpolation, and linear, that's it. So basically setting the feed and either linear moving or just rapid moving. And as I put here like a for loop statement, so for each continuous path fragment, we first position the, let's go to the next slide. We first rapidly move to the point above the material, then slowly go into material and go along the path to cut the layer. And then we go up and move to the next point. So pretty much the task of controlling the way the cutter would cut was to generate this G-code. So let's move to the next slide. Okay, so the easiest representation of any path in JavaFX would be path. So which consists of path elements such as move to, align to. It could also have elements like cubic curve to or quad curve to, but I have found that it's much easier to avoid those because G-code directly does not support anything besides arcs. So I will show you later how you can avoid those parts of the path. So, and having these move to and line to path elements, it's very easy to map those to the commands on the of the G-code. So let's go. Okay, so well, once the G-code is created, we should use G-code universal G-code sender API to send the commands to the machine, and that's exactly why it was used, to just avoid that layer completely in the design of the system. And here is some examples of commands that it supports, like perform homing cycle or Q command begin streaming or do reset or something like that. And then on the next slide, it has a listener interface, and listener interface contains a number of callbacks that are invoked at different times during the operation. And because the protocol is more human-oriented than machine-oriented, the interaction is slightly weird. You pretty much need to parse different type of messages from the system to understand what's going on. So I highlighted here 4 different callbacks that were actually used during the operation, and I'll going to tell you how they were used. Whenever you create a sequence of commands and send it to the cutter, by the end of the sequence, this callback will be fired, and this exact callback was used to proceed to the next probing sequence, for example. And in order to measure the tool length, as I was telling you before, there was a need to perform some more advanced commands on the cutter. And unfortunately, those commands were not publicly available for the Nomad. So I had to run some software that would intercept communication of their general hardware, their Nomad something. I forgot the name, Carbide something. And these are the commands that I captured. So basically what they do is they position the machine above the tooling pin, then move half of the way rapidly, and then move slowly until the pin is touched. And that's done by this G38.2 command. Then it will retrieve, raise the machine and move again slowly to get a more precise position. So this is the second attempt, and you can see the feed rate here is 200 and it was 800 before, so it's 4 times slower. And then it's done, and then this command is used to set the work system. Let's go to the next slide. Command complete. This one is used to detect when it's time to switch the state of the connection to connected state, then to homing, and then to probing. Let's go to the next one. Message for console. This is more interesting. So there are some textual messages that are returned by the system depending on the state of it. So when the probing is being performed, this message will indicate what is the actual value of the measurement. And this one would indicate that connection was established. This one would indicate that somehow the cutter was turned off and then turned on again. And when it turned on, it's always comes up in a locked state. And you should use one of these commands to unlock it. And also, there could be some error messages. And just before JavaOne, I found that the universal G-code sender unfortunately has some threading issues, and sometimes it throws errors out of the blue. And by catching these error messages, I was able to avoid it cutting itself. But as somebody may have noticed on the keynote session, that would lead the device to reset. So when our who was that guy?
Daniel was doing it, I think.
Japanese. Takashi, yeah. When he pressed the cut button, the machine started to move and then suddenly returned to the original position. And that happened exactly because one of the threading issues happened. So I was chasing them like the night before the conference and found one, fixed one bug, but the other one I didn't have time to fix. So that was still happening. And then the last one is status string listener that just gives you coordinates of two systems and the current state. So one of the important states is alarm. That happens if something goes totally wrong, like you hit the boundary or go through the material too fast or something like that. Let's go. So so what I found very useful is to convert JavaFX path into Java 2D path, because they have a nice method, get path iterator, that removes all the curves from the path. So once you do this conversion and iterate the path 2D using this iterator, it will only contain move to and line 2 elements. So that was the easiest way to get rid of all the cubic curves and other curves. And then some other tricks were to, for example, import SVG path and convert it to a regular path. And this looks like a magic, but by making a union or subtraction or intersection wouldn't work, of original SVG path, or it could be text element, for example, with empty rectangle, you'll get the path on the outside. The only issue with this approach, though, is that that path could contain some, what's a good word for that? Some bad elements, some shapes that would have nothing inside, like empty. So Jose created nice algorithm that was cleaning those up, and I was actively using it. Let's go on to the next slide. Okay, so I quickly go through the creation of paths for the machine. So originally, when you touch the screen, you would get some touch points. They are connected in the initial path, but that's not the path the machine will go, because machine should create something on the inside, on the outside. So yeah, go ahead. So the first, yeah. Oh, you want me to switch? What's wrong with that? Did you connect it?
Yes.
Okay.
To work.
So. So this is the target width of our motif, which is 3/8 of an inch, and then we've got 1/8 of an inch for outside cut and inside cut. So, yeah, and this is currently the trick. Currently, I show you the trick how to draw this on the screen. So, first of all, I would draw the path that has this width as a background, and then I put another path on top. And that will create a really close image that will show you two tool paths along the curve that you were drawing. So the question is, what's wrong here? Why is it not the correct path? Anyone has any ideas? Okay. On the
what's wrong with it?
Well, I don't know. I bet Jose knows.
Okay, so consider you have a corner like this. This sharp corner. It looks like the toolpath will go and cut this through the, make this nice corner over here, but it's not possible because the tool has the tool that is cutting, it has a 1/8 in diameter, so it will actually cut something like this, and that area will become a part of the motif. So that's why you need to do more math there to properly show this. So let's go to a precise outline generation algorithm. So instead of doing the original width, we'll create 4/8 of an inch, which is motif width plus 2 radiuses. Then you will look that this outline of the shape is actually the middle of the toolpath that will be cut on top of it. That will be something like that. This is rough drawing. So how to do that in Java? Clean it up picture. So first of all, approach number 1, Java 2D. So with Java 2D, you can create a basic stroke with the diameter that you want, with round joints and round caps. Well, we don't need caps here, but anyways. And basic stroke has a create stroke shape method that will exactly create this 2 lines of the of the boundary of the shape, this one and this one. And this stroke shape could be converted into area and iterated, you can get path iterator over it. So that's very nice and very short and precise method. Unfortunately, there is a bug. So if you look here or here, in some particular junctions, it doesn't create a round connections. It would create something like a, what is it called? I don't remember. Something weird. I don't think they even have a connection like that. So I had to find another way to do this. And here comes a library called ESRI, Geometry API Java. And they have completely different API. So you would create a polyline out of the path, and you would use buffer operator that would actually create a the area that contains all the points that are not far than this distance from the original path. And then there is a boundary operator that would create a shape that would just take the boundary of the shape. And this is where this works perfectly. No issues found so far. But slightly more, calculation extensive. I think they support more generalized shapes, and that's why. Anyways, that works. So, yeah. So pretty much that was it to create the path for the cut. And as I told you earlier, it's quite easy to convert that path into G code. So two other things that we had were QR code reading, and so we've got a camera on our device to read the QR code from the mobile app. And to do that, I found a library called JRPI-Cam. And that library was actually just executing command line utility Raspi Steel. And basically, you create this RPI camera, and you show you where you want the preview window to be shown. And you can get still image out of it, or you can record video, I think, with the standard options of this library. I had to extend it to create sequence of still images. I was trying to read them from a output stream. Unfortunately, it seems like Java cannot do that reliably. I was only getting read only like every second image. So I had to use a output file. So each time a still image is created, it was written into the image file, and then I was reading it from Java and processing. And to find the code inside the image, I was using that async library. And this library works very straightforward. You just create hybrid binarizer and QR code reader, and you decode the image, and it would throw you an exception if there is no QR code. Otherwise, it will just tell you what the QR code encoding, what kind of encoding does it have. So I've got some not solved task, but it's not very interesting. Let's move to Jose, right? So mobile app.
It's okay, I can translate.
And of course, safe harbor statement.
Yeah, very good. Okay.
You want your sync? We have 5.
Yeah, I put it on 5.
I think you should start, right?
I'll stay over there.
So thanks, Alex. Thanks, Alex. So basically, for the no, you don't need it. You don't need it. For the mobile app that I think most of you already know about it, we won't build the JavaOne community app, so we could have all these experiences available on any mobile like Android or iOS. And instead of showing these pictures, I would like to instead just running it here, so it's even better. So we have the different experiences available, like going to ask for a coffee. And for this experience, you could just go to your app and draw with your finger. So you could just create your own shape here. And if you, before I release the mouse, if you notice, you will see like all these different line segments. And when I release it, you get not only curves, but also you get the two paths. So basically on the app, we did the same that Alex already showed, converting the linear path you drew with your finger to a cubic curve, then generate the two different paths, the inside and the outside path. And then after that, we created a SVG shape. So this SVG, it's given by the content, so you can send this content to anywhere. So if you were happy with the shape, you could submit it, or if you don't, or if you make a mistake, the application complain, or if you cross the lines, it did stop drawing, or if you were, as I say, if you were already happy, you just click submit. And this part was also, we will talk about it now with Sebastian, about the cloud system we use here. So basically, we submit a SVG to the cloud, and the cloud returned an ID. With this ID on the app, we create this QR code with the same library that Alex mentioned. And this QR, you could scan it with a camera, as we saw there. So from here, you were able to, with the Raspberry Pi, to connect to the cloud, and with this ID, retrieve the SVG and create the path again.
Okay, so how many of you guys have heard about Gluon before? Okay, so for everyone who doesn't know, Jose might be understating, but they have some very cool technology for running Java on mobile devices. So this is a great example of it with the JavaOne application with the OTN experiences in it. But the workflow and the productivity is much better than if you were doing the equivalent in like JavaScript or HTML to build an application with the Java APIs they're using.
Yeah, we are using just pure Java, and basically for the UI we use JavaFX.
We did a lot of hacking on this at the JCrete conference in Crete, just in our spare time. So it's quite suitable for production applications, but also very high productivity. And Sebastian's going to talk a little bit about the backend and show us an example of a REST call. Switch to 2.
It is? Yes. Yeah, actually that's fine for now. You can hold it later when I show some code. Yeah, so being a member of the JCP Council, I of course implement the backend using standards. So as you probably think, I'm using Java EE as a backend. The application is sending the information to us to the backend, and later the devices, when scanning it, will fetch the data of the SVG path, what you draw in the app, and send it to the CNC cutter to cut it out, for that example. So yeah, as Stephen said, during the JCrete Unconference, I happened to be in the same room as the guys hacking on the CNC cutter, and Steve knows that I'm in the backend in enterprise technology, so well, why not contribute to that and build an open source project using Java EE to take a backend and of course run it on the Oracle Cloud. So that's what we did. That's what we implemented, and what I specifically did on the backend side. So I created a backend using Java EE technology. It's using Java E7 together with Java 8. And here is the project. You can actually even check it out. It's on GitHub here. All the code which I did on the backend and also on the front-end side, actually. It's on my GitHub hub account as /Java Hub Demo Backend. That's all written in plain Java 8 plus Java EE7 and running in the Oracle Cloud. So the Oracle infrastructure as a service cloud is running a virtual machine with the application server and our database. So everything you just draw, if you did that in the Java Hub, went to the Oracle Cloud, was stored in a database and retrieved later for cutting. So actually I can just do a short showcase on the command line, on the REST service, in the same way that the app it's doing. So it is using REST as a communication. It's storing SVG path data, which is in fact plain text data in a certain format. And it's sending this back and forth and of course storing it in a database. So a quite simple use case for the backend side, storing and retrieving it later on. Just hold the mic.
Yeah.
Just. Yeah. Thanks. I got my personal microphone stand. How cool is that? So I could use. Who of you has been using REST or enterprise services, HTTP services? Yeah, quite a few. Okay, I could use some fancy REST client, but actually I would just use the command line with curl, right? We are all just command line hackers, right? That's the URL, javahub.gluonhq.com. Well, the URL doesn't tell you that's running on the Oracle Cloud, but actually that's just a different DNS. So it is in fact the Oracle Cloud running that. With the context name Java Hub Demo Backend, so just the simple Java E example as a WAR file running on an application server here. We have modules, because actually that backend consists of several modules, and that will be, I can show you the full example, because we have several things. You probably also saw the coffee machine, and using a nice hypermedia approach, we're just linking to all these modules which are available, which are here the drawings. And now you get tons of links. These are actually all the drawings which have been created during JavaOne. They can be looked up in a list. But now let's create a new one, right? So do it just like here from scratch without the app, using some data, right? So this means we're posting to that location, right? As it is REST with, let's do this all here from scratch. Content type text plain, right? As it is plain text, having SVG information as an SVG path, and well, hello JavaOne, because it actually doesn't matter. And shows the headers. Oh, 201 created, it worked. And using the hypermedia approach, we get a link back, which is in fact just our drawing we just created, or actually information of a drawing. And we can curl to this, and here you go, hello JavaOne. This came now back from the Oracle Cloud, from the database, running a Java E backend. And this is what the app has been doing all the time, and this is what happened, of course, with different data, with encoded SVG data. When you guys used the app, did your drawing, and that was exchanged using a Java E backend. Yeah, that's basically it. Do you have any questions for the workflow? Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, so hopefully you've learned a little bit about the background of the Hearing Nest project from Miria, our artist, and also all of the technical folks who are working on the demo. I think it's a great example of what you can do with Java technology and the physical world by using some CNC routers, and also an example of best practices in REST. We have the world-leading expert in REST technologies who built the back end, the world's best demo designer, Alex Kuznetsov, who he has designed the JavaOne demos and the keynotes for the past few years as well. Artists, and the best UI technology in the world as well. So, only the best community folks.
And the best organizer, controlling everything.
Troublemaker. Yeah, I'm
and
just a troublemaker.
Dragging people in.
So, hopefully you guys have enjoyed the session. On your way out, if you wouldn't mind voting for the session as you leave, that would be appreciated. We also have a special treat if you'd like to stay around for a few more minutes. So Wolf, who is Miria's husband, was here last year doing some artwork in the city. He did this wonderful My Matrix project for JavaOne, and he does a bunch of walks where he photographs time-lapse as he walks around the path and composites them into artwork. So here are some examples of Wolf's artwork around San Francisco. So would you care to describe some of your process and inspiration, Wolf?
Yes. So if it's possible, then I do not only sitting in such rooms interacting with you, what I like very much. I also go out by my own and strolling through the place I am. And last year I did it with San Francisco downtown and also around San Francisco to know more about it. And this series of works is called Walks. And this is now the first I did when I came in after the hotel room, just strolling here around, and took out of this photographing experience 100 individual photos I did while I walked from point 1 to point N, and layered them one by one, and at the end there is this picture about San Francisco downtown. And the next one what I did was to go the next day to the Golden Gate Park. There's a very different experience there, and I had 2 walks over there with different...
so maybe you got a nice lake in that picture, some water?
Yes, this was San Francisco by night. This was my first night walk. Yes, and this was now Golden Gate. I walked both directions. This was from Sausalito to San Francisco, and this was back to the bus. You see on the left side these hills, and also other light and shadows. And what I can show, this was from Sausalito back to San Francisco by ferry. So this were something, and this was at the end one by cable car. I looked for a place in the after scene of the cable.
So, I mean, one of the other interesting things to note about Wolf's art is he works with a university in Germany who helps him with software that he uses for image processing and composition. So a lot of these examples of artwork he's showing actually are powered by Java image processing in the background.
This is one I want to show you. This is my newest artwork. It is done, I photographed 3,300 individuals like you sitting here in 13 different countries, from China to Indonesia to Europe, different countries, and also Africa. And then I did it with this Java program developed by students of the Technical University of Munich and Nuremberg in Germany, layered one by one so that every single portrait has the same height. Can I say it?
The same height.
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 The same.
Yeah.
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 So yeah. And
yeah,
this is
so
what I am burning for as an artist, to know more about who we are.
All right, so thank you very much, Wolf, and the rest of our presenters, and we hope that you've enjoyed the presentation and appreciate some of the artwork and technical stuff that has gone into making this happen. So you've been a great audience. Thank you very much.
Lightsaber. A lightsaber. As bobear, essa vai ser a que tem mais gente. Das minhas palestras. Rapaz, eu não tava botando nem fé. Pois é. Quase lá, quase lá. You tell me when to start, or I just start? Or start? When do we start? Now? Now? Good. So hello everyone. Welcome to the last session of JavaOne. Thanks for coming. I'm Leonardo Lima, and I'm going to talk to you about IoT security, cases and methods. And security is often something that is not highest priority, especially if you consider the fast-paced development cycles that we have. Everyone wants just to get the next product out and be the one to receive large funding from a VC company and sell the company before someone hacks you. And I'm going to go through some stuff that is going out security related, and also how these things can be prevented, how to kind of think beforehand on your security aspects before you launch a product, and how you can use Java to do these kind of things. So a little bit about me. Oh, and one thing before I go about me. So this is my Twitter handle, and I've done some talks as well on here in JavaOne about some other related things. And I'll be posting all my talks and links on my Twitter handle, like promoted tweet and all that, the pinned stuff that stays on top. So if you want to get this one, I think also Oracle's gonna host our presentations, but you can find them on my Twitter handle as well. So, a little about me. I'm Leonardo Lima. I'm a computer engineer. I've done development from the embedded side up to the UI, and like a full-blown stack developer. And I'm originally from Brazil, but now I live in Austin, Texas, and I work for my company V2Comp for 11 years. And we've been doing this IoT before IoT was IoT. It was M2M and like AMR, many different letters, what is now called IoT. And my role in the company is to see the technologies and see what's going on with the current tech world and choose the best technologies for our company. And one of my tasks last year it was really get ahead of security, because security is getting even more exposed. Not only that, I'm also a spec lead of one of the GSRs for IoT, units of measurement, and had a talk about that on Monday. And I'm part of the JCP executive committee. My company is member of the JCP and also part of the executive committee of the JCP. I recommend also anyone that is involved and wants to get involved into Java, join the JCP. It's very easy. You can join as an individual and contribute to JSRs, and especially before they're final. And we value your input on what we do there. And I would like to start about talking about some aspects of IoT security. And when you talk about connecting things, the buzz of IoT is connecting things. So you could see yesterday on the demo hub, like connected coffee pots, connected robots, connected everything. And we've been connecting things for years for our clients. And the buzz is always connecting things, and people don't normally figure out some things shouldn't be connected. And does everything needs to be connected? And because you have to think of that, otherwise when you connect, stuff can happen to your things. And in a study a quote from a study from McAfee, which is now an Intel company, and they found out that attacks on Internet of Things devices will increase rapidly due to everyone doing a lot of things, connecting these all things, fridges, cameras, and whatnot, and poor security hygiene and high value of data on IoT devices. So, and they tested 10, and on the actual PDF, I have a linking back to this, so if you don't know the presentation, you'll get the source of all this. They tested 10 devices, and 70%, so 7 of them had security exposures, 25 holes of comprising the network, so you could get access to their network to your home network from your device. Almost all of them did not require passwords, or like cameras that don't require you to reset a password. Almost all of them collected at least one piece of personal information, and 70% allowed the attacker to identify a valid account through account enumeration, so like admin, default, user, like these basic default, usernames and passwords that they use. And not only that, so that's a very broad statement, but I'd like to bring to you some recent attacks and exposures that happened in some previous years, so 2 years ago, like in the last 2 years. So one of the things that are very much targeted are cameras, and they tested 9 models of cameras, and every camera had at least one hidden account that a consumer could not change. So that's one thing that people normally do to help manufacturers have ease manufacturing processes or setup process. You have one account that is hard-coded, and there are routers that have the same things. It's a common practice, and the problem with I'm gonna do kind of parentheses here. One of the problems with security is that it's a direct opposite of ease. So ease of configuration, ease of access. So if you want to have high security, you cannot have ease of anything. If you want easy setup for your user, you're going to have a lower security because your user is going to use his phone, and his phone can be compromised, and so you now have less security. So it's a very big trade-off, and you can see normally these hard-coded accounts is very easy to be exploited, especially because using consumer devices, you can just go to the store, buy one yourself. You have access to one physical device that has the same firmware as a bazillion number of them. You can temper the device, and I'm not even going to tempering device here on this presentation because that's a whole other topic. They get a root shell to your firmware, and then they can figure out what's going on, and then they can use that information to remotely access your device. So what the key message here is, don't think that you're going to have security with ease of access. So I know it's a fine trade point, but you have to think of it. So closing, some links, and I'll be linking everything here. Like people were hacking baby monitors and make sexual noises through the camera. So I have a daughter and I have a two-way radio, and I could say goodnight to my kid instead of walking across my whole house. She would say, "Daddy," and I had to run, so I got a two-way radio, and instead of she hearing me saying goodnight, she could hear someone making sexual noises, and that would be very awful. My camera is not connected to internet, so if someone would do that, he would have to be nearby. And that's one of the reasons I didn't get a connected camera. It would be very nice to just take my phone and see my daughter. And if I can do that, most probably everyone else could as well. So that's going back to, does everything really need to be connected to the internet? I don't think so. Some things shouldn't. And another thing that shouldn't are Barbies. So there was a there was a Barbie that you could talk to, and they would use cloud services to respond back. And there was an SSL encryption flaw called Pudo. Maybe you guys heard of it. It was very widespread. And what happened is you could target the dolls and do a man-in-the-middle attack and capture information, so credential issues. And if you are a parent with your daughter's doll registered, you can then now be target of, I don't know, maybe identity fraud or something like that. So even though IoT doesn't, so hacking a sorry guys, hacking a Barbie is not something like you would say, oh my God, I'm gonna protect my Barbie, but that also happens, like, you are now a vector of a much larger breach, and that I think is worth considering as well. And so these Barbies was a very low key, and I found when I was searching for this talk, but another very high key, and I think everyone saw this picture around, was the guys hacking the Jeep infrastructure. Jeep Dodge, they share a platform called Uconnect. And here I put the description of the guy that was driving. So they did and it was very high profiled. Like the guy, they had a journalist driving a car, and they hacked it at 70 miles an hour in interstate. And there was an 18-wheeler behind this guy, and they disabled everything. They could connect everything. And it was funny reading about it, because what they first thought it was only local, like you had to connect to the car. They eventually discovered they could use the Wi-Fi that the car provides, and then they could use any Sprint connected cell phone to hack any connected Dodge/Jeep car. So, and then this can be used. So you're now putting lives at risk, and you could potentially hack. The number, I think it was 400,000 units across the whole U.S. And you can just shut down everybody. Imagine a lot of cars shutting down. Imagine the amount of lives that you can put away and kill. And that would be a very large terror attack made possible by IoT. So that's what people think, that flying planes into buildings is something bad. But imagine shutting down every car in the highway. It would be very awful. So whenever we make it easier to get access to a car, remote start and all that, have you seen the Ford commercial that the girl says and I turn on my car through my phone? You can now enable attack vectors much harder. So really, does everything need to go to the internet? And that's another bad example. Just the last example to make it very short on examples. There was a real attack on electrical grid and in Ukraine, and they shut down in the middle of the winter. Ukraine is on the Eastern Europe. They need heat, and they disable a large part of the population of Ukraine through connected stuff. So here it's a little more complicated, because it's not a consumer IoT. It's not something that you see every day. And it was the first public accepted. Let's say maybe they happened before, but no one said anything about it. But this one was the first public one. And it was a very multi-stage attack. They did a spear phishing campaign to target the operators, and then they attacked their infrastructure, their VPNs, and the electrical utilities. They used some bad practice, like they allow their workers to remotely connect to the SCADA system that controls the substation. So the guy could just go and a dialog window popped up on screen asking to confirm the action, which turns the substation offline. And the guy was just trying to do something with his mouse. I would just hook the cable out and try to hope that the attack wasn't going on anywhere, but thousands of people lost their lives. And on the link here, so they did a very thorough cover of the story, another horror story. And why is that? So many different use cases, and the problem is, I hope it's readable for you guys, but the problem is IO3 is messy because there's many different aspects and many different vectors that can help you, help you get hacked. So there's poor management, like the guys that are on the Ukraine facility, that they had these, they did some bad practices, and they did poor management of their security. You can have device spoofing or man-in-the-middle attacks, so like the one for the Barbie, they could just try and get in the way of communications, exploiting something that the toy manufacturer thought it was like okay, and then you just got hacked because of that. There is malware, and of course, if you deploy a malware, you can just dominate the machine and potentially escalate your attack. That's one of the things the Ukrainian suffered as well. Information disclosure, so you can get some information either by phishing or like guessing passwords. And I don't know if you see Mr. Robot, they have all these kind of, it's a series on Netflix that you can, or not on Netflix, but I see on Netflix, that you can go and see some examples of something that is being hacking, not using just technologies, just smarts as well. And so, and there is also like denial of service. Sometimes if you think you're not even hacked, you're just disabled, and that can enable something bad to happen as well. And so it's a lot of stuff that you have to think about. And if you try to do it all yourself, you're let me see, I know F word. Like you're really, I think screwed's okay. Like you're screwed because it's so many aspects. And I've been doing IoT for many years. And whenever I talk to someone, they only think, oh, we're doing security. Security, we do AES. Security is not just AES. Security is a bunch of other things. If you're only thinking about encryption, it's one thing. There's a lot of different topics. And I mentioned on my other talk about IoT development that there are some people and some consortiums that are working on that, and they just published. So the Industrial Internet Consortium published this document, a security framework, and it's I guess 150 pages describing all the aspects of security. So like trustworthiness, like making sure that you know that your system is secure, and it's a lot of things. And if you guys are interested in this topic, I believe the document's public, so my company's member, but I think they announced it on Twitter, like we did this, so I think everyone can go and download it. And if you are interested in security, this is a very good starting point, especially when you're considering doing something yourself. And of course, you're not going to implement everything, but you can see the aspects to which you can go and look and see. You can also prioritize, like I'm going to go after this, and this now, launch my product, so it's kind of basically safe, and then do other topics as well. So, and this was like, so just a highlight of the security, trust, and privacy issues that it's on that document. And so endpoint security is knowing that your endpoint is okay and secure, and your endpoint is who he is. So part of the security is also like trust, and trust is also enabling and making sure you know who you're talking to. So when you're connected remotely, especially, you don't know who you're talking to potentially, and they have to identify themselves and all that. And one of the things that I'm especially interested in is guaranteeing that my systems are not talking to like fake devices. So a brief introduction about my company. We do IoT for electrical and water utilities, mostly in Brazil. Like we work with more than 30 utilities, and they entrust our devices to be connected. So we're connecting reclosers and electrical meters and water meters, and these guys read their data and send all over to their billing system. So they're trusting our devices and everything in between to bill their clients. So if someone fakes our device and send fake data to our systems, we're going to send fake data to their system, and they're going to charge less for water consumed or electricity. Or we could enable someone to go and shut down some cities in Brazil, some large cities. Not São Paulo city, but millions of inhabitant cities too. So this is one of the points that I'm really like paying attention, because endpoint security is key for what you do, as knowing that you're talking and trusting the device that you should. And so communication security between endpoints, when you have this, you can kind of guarantee this one as well. And sometimes when you make, some people also just trust that because you're using HTTPS or some other secure protocol like ZigBee that has encryption on their payloads, they just forget and take, okay, the network is secure, so let's go. And so I'm using a VPN, so yay. And then they forget there's people in the way that can hack them, and you're now exposed, like the Barbie. And so that's why just this guy doesn't enable almost anything. You have to start here, and you can add on a separate layer. And I was talking with some people today, and they said, yeah, security, true security is multi-layered. And after you get the data, and another thing that's very hard to do is guarantee that the data is going to be stored securely and not tampered with. So a brief distinction between encryption and like privacy of data, and anti-tampering and trusting the data. So one thing is not letting everyone knows what your data is. So you don't know how many minutes I've been talking. I know that it is, and I can hide this number and make sure that you can never see this number. Another thing is I'm guaranteeing that I talked to you for 19 minutes so far. And this 19 is like a number that if I sign, you have to trust. It came from me, and it's 19. So for us, especially for billing purposes, it's much more important to guarantee that the data is not tampered with. If people have access, especially depending on where a meter is, people already can go up to your house and see the number there. So that's not much issue. Privacy is not so much issue, but trustworthiness of the data is much bigger. That I'm saying this, I know that in Europe, privacy is a very important thing especially for utilities-related IoT. And so people don't want the others to know. And you can derive, like, from IoT, from this consumption, the meter consumption, you can derive if the person is home or not. So you can go and advise, like, you're letting people being remotely burglarized. And I don't think that's pretty much straightforward like that, but yes, you can profile a house consumption and see if they're going to be out from 6 to 8 every Wednesday, and you could potentially then go there and hack them physically, not just electronically. So so who and how this data is distributed and stored is something very important as well. And knowing that you're being hacked, so that's another thing. Normally people take a while to discover they are hacked, and this is something you have to try and cover as well. So this first part of the talk is just like exposing IoT security, like in very generic terms. But we're in JavaOne, and so I want to show you how we can use Java for a more secure IoT. And Java has, I'm not going, and there was security hands-on training on Monday morning about the JVM and how you make secure code and all that. And the guy was from CERN, and they have lots of, and I even tweeted that because I found it really, really cool. They have like secure coding guidelines and all that. I want to show you like libraries that you can use to make sure enabling these things that I've been talking, like trustworthiness and avoid some attacks and all that. And Java has one thing that I wasn't really well aware of this. Java has this Java cryptography architecture, and I put the link there as well because it's very well documented, and it provides a pluggable infrastructure for many different providers and capacities. And things like PKCS 11, TLS, and other standards for security are provided through that. So Sun, now Oracle has like standard implementations for this. They still call the implementation Sun. And I think it's even, it's not readable here, but you can see here on the link. And if just this implementation, if you make sure they're not using something else, there's like Bouncy Castle framework that is a very good implementation of this. And if you can't use this for any other reason, you can use that directly. But so you have a very solid foundation in Java to enable a lot of security measures. And that, especially the PKCS11, is what you use to talk to hardware equipment called secure element. So unfortunately, I don't have a device or a diagram of a device here, but you can kind of figure out from these boxes. You have a host, which is the main board, that is going to talk to someone that is, I'm saying it's a secure element. And this secure element is a whole processor, so it has a CPU, ROM, RAM, and all that, and a crypto engine that is going to provide you a safe place to execute sensitive code. And it's a safety place, it's a safe place because it is like specialized into this, and it has hardware measures to prevent tampering and prevent that someone can steal your code, your data, and so it's the perfect place to store private keys. And when I was talking with the person that asked me about this security and said AES, I said, how do you exchange keys? And I don't exchange keys. My keys on the secure element, so the secure element is the guy, it's like a safe that has one key. On the other side of the system, like on the data center, I have another vault that has another set of keys. So Gemalto, which is one of the manufacturers of these guys, and our company is working together, they provide either on this form factor, so this is solderable, or like a SIM card. So the SIM cards that you're using on your phone right now implement this infrastructure. And so they provide the private keys on their manufacturing plant. So my devices don't even have might not even know the data we're traversing. Like we're reading from a sensor. As soon as we read it, or we can run our code safely in a secure element to read the data and then send it to the host. The host will will package the data, will compress the data, will store the data, send the data away, but we are never seeing that. So even if someone goes and take our device and tries to hack it, they are not able to do much with the data. And that also enables identity, because you are doing a private key. So sorry if you guys don't know public key infrastructure, but if you have a private key and you can verify through their public key, and certificates as well, and the identity, you know you're talking to the right person. Otherwise, the data will be garbage for you. So you can kind of guarantee that happening. And I've been using these on my phone. Yes, we are using these on our devices as well, and that's what we think that's kind of the future. And I'm going to show you, sorry if it's not well color-coded, but this is like how you use the Java cryptography architecture with a secure element. So you just get your provider. So we are using the standard Sun. That's what I told you. They still call Sun provider. And you have a PIM, which I'm using on a device at the moment. And this is like a weak point. This is not how you would do in your device. If you're using a SIM card that has a PIN, you would ask, like when you enable your phone, you would say to the user, please input your PIN. You enable connection to a key store. And this key store is the same key store you use for many different other keys. Sorry, not just PKCS, but also for any TLS and other secure connections and secure communications on the Java VM. And you add this as a provider, and after you add this as a provider, you can ask for an instance. So I'm asking here for a signature instance so that I can then get a key by its alias and sign the data. So here I'm not encrypting the data. I don't kind of care if anyone sees the data. What I want to do here, I want to guarantee that this data is coming from the device that has this private key. And that's I think it's like the number one. When you talk IoT, and especially on my use cases, what we see is guaranteeing that the data is not tampered with on its way home. And like this is how, there is a standard called Java Card, and secure elements normally implement this, so you even see here secure element, because it is, again, a complete stack, and we have a very small Java VM here that has applets. It's not the same as the browser applets, so let's not go there. And it's also not JCP related, it's very specific. There is a forum like that roles its development and all that. But it is a standard, and it's not here, it's here, sorry guys. There's a standard as well, a standard way how to connect to these devices and to these Java cards. And you can have here as an applet, you can have whatever code you want. It's going to be very constrained, the APIs are very constrained, but it's somewhere that you know the data generated there and data, how do you say, transmitted on this APDU came from these guys. So there's a lot of things that I could go through, like trusted execution environment and all that, but that kind of is not so much related to Java, so I'm sorry about that. And now, because this was the last session, I didn't want to be 1 hour talking to you guys. I think it's already tiring to be 5 days on road. So I'd like to know if you guys have any specific questions connecting to Java or not. I'm here to offer my experience. We don't have a mobile mic, I guess, so I'll have to repeat whenever you ask. Go.
Okay, so this is kind of a specific question, but you mentioned the magic word bouncy castle.
Yes.
So you might know. So we recently rolled out PKI infrastructure.
You work with Bouncy Castle, is that it?
Well,
because you said we rolled out, so that's what I'm just trying to establish. Because my identity, you know, I don't know your identity. Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
But so they rolled out these digital certificates on our Windows domain controllers.
Okay.
They were assigned with Microsoft's default signature algorithm.
Okay.
RSA, SSA, TSS. I don't know if you've heard of it.
No, because I don't use Windows, sorry.
Okay.
Maybe. Sure.
Java 8 can't validate it when it's using KLS 1.2, because when it's using KLS 1.2, it wants to validate the signature algorithm. You probably know that part.
Yeah, but do you know if it's I don't know if it's on the path between like the chain?
It's the root.
Yeah, so the root is invalid, right? Okay. I'm sorry, it's very specific, and I don't work with Windows for many, many years. Really? I use a lot too, because our development, we work with development for Java ME as well, so Java SE and Java ME, and Java ME is totally different. Java ME doesn't have this architecture, and for Java ME, we use Bouncy Castle for Java ME as well, to enable encryption and all that, and so. Oh, so if it's OpenJDK, it's something very different, yeah. Especially because it's a very corner case. Anyone else has any other question or comment or want to know more? that I can talk to. Otherwise, thank you very much for coming, and I hope you enjoyed the conference, and see you next year.